There's no way. Okay. Whew.
When there's a beginning, there's an ending too. As we go with, come across many predicaments. Feel like lies beneath, colors of love that's excellent. The pictures fade away.
Chris, how's it going, man? How you doing? Bullseye? Duke is Bullseye, right? I can't remember. I feel like it's Bullseye, but I can't remember. I'm tired, Chris. I'm tired. But it's okay. It's okay. Work's done for the week. I just have to get through stream today, and then I can rest. And we're gonna get a full night's rest tonight. And then and then it's just Chris. And then it's just streaming today. We're tomorrow. We're good. We're good. Not. How's it going, man? As you go. Oh, for fuck's sakes, I keep forgetting, dude. I keep forgetting. You know what? Fuck this. Let's do this fucking word 500 thing. I've been asked for like a week straight and I keep forgetting. Learn how to play. Damon Blackfire being the true heir? The bastard? How could a bastard be the true heir? It's like... What? Okay, guess the secret word in 8 attempts or less. After each word, the colored textile on the right, red, yellow, green, show how many letters of your guess are in the secret word and how many are in the right position. Unlike Wordle, which tells you the exact, it only tells you the count, and you have to figure out which. Got it. Stare contains 2 letters of the word, but in another position, 3 of the letters are not on the word. The on-screen keyboard has a few special keys. Space bar, enters underscore placeholder. Use it to skip a letter while you search for your next guess. Okay, makes sense. I sub to a channel, be like Twitch and not give me ads. True. True, queen. I agree. Hint, generate a word that fits all previous clues. Clear at least one, requires at least can you resist the temptation. Clear. Okay. Here's how. What? Wait, is it not? What? What's happening? Why is it so blurry? Oh. This can't be the... I know that he bore the sword. It's a sword, brother. There's a lot of them. I don't care. Why is this so... What the fuck is this? Why is there like a fucking blur filter on here? Practice? Practice is like this too? Archive is like this too? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. He also had abs and was... Okay, you just said something that 1 doesn't matter and 2 that's a negative. I'm sorry. Is this supposed to be convincing me? I'm so curious. Thank God. Not when it comes to Dorn. That's why people hated the other Lame King. What, you're saying you should be racist against the Dornish? That's what you're saying? Mold, fungus, slime mushroom. Yeah. That's how you reach. That's how you get the reach in the Stormlands. No, you can just do it and not be racist. Robert managed to do it. Aegon the Fifth managed to do it. King Egg was Aegon the Fifth, right? I think. I feel like the only time you managed to get everyone under the fold was with diplomacy, no? Didn't you? Wasn't the only way they could get Dorne in the fold was through marriage? What are you talking about? And everyone else was fine with that. Okay, it doesn't count, okay? They're weird incestuous aliens, Bullseye. They're like, that's fine, that doesn't count. Harsh, how's it going, man? Model, a shape, fashion, mold. You're gonna get bodied this stream? What? You're gonna get bottled this stream? What? No, they're not human, Bullseye. They don't count. They're not the same species. You can't be racist to a different species. That doesn't work. You're gonna get botted this stream? Oh, I don't know. That's exactly why we should kill the elves. What? I don't disagree with you. They're fine. Get them. I don't care. Listen, just for once, I would like a species that's worse than humans at everything, okay? It always feels like every species that exists, it's like elves. Well, they're basically like you. They just live way longer. They're smarter. They're better, more attuned with magic. You're like, what? Why? Okay. Well, there's dwarves. They're shorter than you. Oh, I like this. But like, they're way more skilled. They're way stronger than you. They're way more resilient. You're like, why are like humans at the? Every fucking society ever is like, humans are the most dog shit of all species that have ever existed in this universe. However, they survived through sheer tenacity and banding together, putting aside the fact that they all hate each other as well. But they decide to put it aside because they decide they hate other people more. You're like, what? Yeah, but not. The only reason humans are at the top of every fantasy is always like, well, humans banded together in civilizations and defeated people way stronger than them. Like, why is everyone always? Why can't humans just be like, we have like these Kryptonians. They're just humans, but they're like dumber than you. They live shorter than you, and their lives are shorter than you. They're weaker than you. Like, just for once, I would like to, show up to their world and be like, they're Superman. Just be like. But no, it's always well, these fucking elves are amazing. They're way more in tune with magic. It just comes to them so much more naturally. Whereas you mere humans must study for decades. Bro, why don't the elves have to study for decades? They live for like several hundred years. They can survive taking 2 decades off to study. Not the fucking mere human who in the fucking Middle Ages is gonna die at 40. What are you making that guy study? Mushroom, dinosaur, fungus. Dapple. Literally the only reason other nations don't nominate is because they can't come together to fight us. Oh, and the lower birth rates is also true. I love this particularly in Freeran, where like if in Freerun it's like elves are literally just humans, but they're better than you at everything. They survive for tens of thousands of years if no one cuts their lifespan short prematurely. They're way more attuned with magic. They're like equally as smart, maybe smarter. But they have no sexual drive, so their species is just dying out. You're like, what? What? Spear, dapple, jadeite, slime? What does that mean? Oh, I clicked mushrooms and we... Roots plus a letter! I'm not gonna lie, boys, I'm so sleepy. But I just gotta get through today, and then the next 2 days are easy, and I have kept my promise. I kept my promise to finish COI this weekend, and I just have to get through today. It's gonna be a long stream. It's like, what, 19 chapters? Fuck, man. But we're almost there. Wait! Mario Kart! Mario! Mario's a plumber, there's mushrooms he jumps on, there's a dinosaur, and he saves Princess Peach. Let's go! I don't know what this is. Oh, cheer. Fun, glee, joy, cute. I'm so proud I got this. Today should be entertaining chapters. Oh wait, what are we doing? What the fuck is this? What was today? Oh, Demoness. We're getting the primordial. Got it. What's up, Bullseye? Talk your shit. Talk your shit, homie. What's up? I won't see if you can talk it anymore. Gora mind Stan is a fucking idiot for thinking nothing happened to Lumen. Who's Stan? Evening, how's it going? Oh. Oh, nice. Who said Cheek didn't do anything to Lumen in Volume 7 ending? I'm not gonna lie, I missed it. Maybe he just missed it too. Is it possible he just missed it? I'm not saying he did, but like, there's a chance I did kind of miss it for a while. Could he just be gullible? His argument was, that's not what it's like, y'all are... Okay, well that's a dumb argument. Even just a simple, you understand different people react to the same kind of negative stimuli the same ways would defeat that argument. That's dumb. We all read those chapters, but I didn't catch it, bro. I'm like, I might be dumb. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's fine. I'll... Fuck. Okay, don't belittle me, Eve. Don't say it's pretty obvious. Oh, the thing is, you didn't catch it at first, but then you got it. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Okay, sorry. I just read the last comment. I was like, okay, don't belittle me. That's not nice. Bro's gonna break his ribs. Okay, I did not start laughing at what was happening to Lumion. I started laughing at the fact that I didn't catch it sooner. That's hardly the same. Five more streams including this one? For what, Ooth? Honestly, I've stopped going to Dara's server ever since they made it like that fucking age restricted thing. I literally just don't even, because I can't access it from my phone, and I rarely ever go on Discord on my computer, so I can't, so I'm just never there anymore. I just don't care what happens. I didn't care that much previously either, but now it's just, I've completely tuned out. No, ooh, three streams including today. Today, Saturday, Sunday, done. Huh. Even better, yeah. Ooth, I promised you, I don't know how long ago, but I promised you so long ago that I would finish COI this weekend, did I not? Weeks ago? I kept my promise, damn it. Okay, I keep my promises. It'll be done. I wanted to get it done on Saturday, but that'd be a 30 chapter stream, dude. I can't. Like, that's 5 hours of pure reading. Realistically, that's like a 7-hour stream. I just, like, I can't do that. So, like, that'll be 15 chapters Saturday and Sunday, and I'll be done. Harsh, including today it's 3, but total, but after today it's 2, so Saturday, Sunday. Fuck. Look into my eyes. Wait, there's a binding vow and I can't... No. It's not going to be next year, Uth, but it is... I'm not going to lie to you. It will... I'm going to take, like, probably 2 weeks off. Not that long. I think that's fair. But, like, 2 weeks of just, like, gaming streams and stuff. Of just, like, chill. Because what I want to do is, before I start reading, I want to finish my LOTM videos. I just want to finish them. I want to finish. So I thought of this plan. You guys let me know how. You guys let me know how you like the idea. Okay. I want to finish my volume 7 video. I know it's so fucking stupid to say because I'm finishing COI now. Okay. Finish my volume 7 video. Finish my volume 8 video. And then I go back and I make a volume 3 part, and then I take all the parts, volume 1 through 8, now that I have all the complete sets, I combine them into one video essay for all of Lord of the Mysteries review, including the volume 3 part that's just going to be that video. That's not going to be a video by itself. Just there. Once all of that's out, then I start reading Revenant. Then I can happily close the book on Lord of the Mysteries. Not like I don't want anything to do with it, or like I'm not going to play the game or whatever, but just like, you know, like, hey, this is sort of like my love letter to Lord of the Mysteries. I'm happy with it. And close the book, and I can start reading Reverend Insanity. Happy. No, Kami. I will do a COI review, but I'm just going to do one review for all of COI. I'm not going to do per volume. I can give you 2 weeks. Then I'll take it. COI gets one review, all of it. It might be like a half-hour video or whatever, but COI gets one review. I'm just fucking whatever. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Because, like, Volume 2 as a video is garbage. Absolute ass. Volume 3 as a video is garbage. And plus, you also gotta remember, all my COI videos, even if I were to make 8 of them, they get like 600 views combined for all 8 videos. Did you get no views ever? Because no one reads COI, no one gives a fuck about it. It doesn't matter. Right? So I'd much rather just have one video that does shit on the channel rather than 8 separate videos that do shit on the channel. I'm sorry. There's no point. I will make it because I spent, what, 6 months of my life reading this fucking book. I'll make a video on it, sure. But, like, I'm not gonna... The fact that I've let it destroy 6 months of progress on the channel doesn't mean I'm gonna let it destroy more progress on the channel now. Just, like, that's a sunk cost fallacy into oblivion. Like, fuck that. Maybe there was 7... Kami, if there were 7 people in chat yesterday, I would have been surprised. And yeah, it was 80. This is also true. I think the highest it ever reached was 88 was the number it showed me. Let me actually see. I genuinely... I don't know if it was an error on YouTube's site or if the stream was genuinely getting botted. I don't know what was happening yesterday. The weird thing is the total number of views is not that much higher. It's showing views for the stream as like 467, and normal streams get like between 200 and 300. So it's not that much higher. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, peak concurrent viewers was 81. Average was 55. The budding has started again? No, what, 13 people? This is like a normal koi stream, which is depressing as fuck. Man. Nearly a year and a half of streaming and I can barely fucking... I am barely fucking have 15 people. What a fucking... Dude, maybe this whole streaming thing just ain't it for me, bro. Holy shit, this shit is actual AIDS. Yeah, Kami, the average person who's going to streamer university is like, I don't know, triple the average viewers that I've had on my peak stream. Quality over quantity. Yeah, that's literally my point, Eve. Like, that's why I want to go from streaming nearly every day a week to like 3 or 4 days a week, because I want to be able to plan out streams. I want to be able to say like, hey, here's like a really cool part that I want to read with you guys on stream, or like, hey, we're gonna play this on, like, I want to be able to be like, hey, let's so like high quality stream so people want to tune in, not just, you know, the same 10 of you, which I'm super grateful you're here, but like the stream's just never gonna grow this way, and I'm never gonna be able to like actually, you know, just wait, is the thing not working? What do you mean? It's working just fine. What are you talking about? I'm trying to add a song for later. It gives error. Oh, cool. Not a coincidence, so it was intentional. Did the original God Almighty receive a certain scene while dying and disintegrate and making corresponding arrangements? Kami, do you want to go to the other one? Do you want to go to the Musicator? Wait, is Musicator not working anymore? Holy shit, stop. Oh my god, Musicator isn't working. Oh my god, they're all broken. Ooth, what's up? What are you talking about? What? Wait, I'm on the wrong chapter, idiot. Faced with such an anomaly, Lumin smiled. He withdrew his right hand from his pocket and continued walking forward. As he proceeded, the buildings on both sides, including the motel, began to twist and writhe, growing into swaying, grotesque trees. You said something about reading a good part? Yeah, so like, I was thinking like maybe instead of reading the whole book on stream, because that's just not gonna get views, man. Maybe I just say like, hey, tell me what's like a really cool part that's coming up. And they can be like, hey, like the next 20 chapters are kind of boring, just read them off stream. But like after that, we get like a really cool fight, or we get like, here's what's happening, and I'll be like, okay, cool. I'll read that on stream. So like we all get to have like a really cool experience together, instead of just like, oh, here's Lumion jerking off at a coffee shop again. Wow. Haven't seen this before. Incredible. Yes, Uth, I know you do, but almost no one else does. These trees pointed to the sky, resembling the primeval rainforest of the southern continent. Raising an eyebrow, Lumin stopped. So proactive, are we? He remarked with a smile, glancing towards Cheek's face at the head resting at his shoulder. At that moment, the crimson moonlight in the sky, the dim stars, the dark night, all began collapsing and spinning towards a single point, quickly merging into a chaotic vortex that encompassed all. From within the vortex, a figure wearing a bone-white dress emerged, descending from the heavens. The figure growing larger and larger, like an asteroid, traveling across the boundless cosmos, unscathed by the atmospheric friction. The enormous figure had cascading hair, slightly thick and waterfall-like, sapphire-like eyes gleaming with brilliance, with both features exquisite and dignified. On the first glance, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, her purity and grace stood out. She was none other than the primordial demoness Cheek. Uth, if you want, what we can do maybe is, while if the offline reading I can record, and since you wanted a Patreon, we can put it on there. So that now I don't have to, like, I'm not going to put it on the YouTube channel because it's not going to get any views, but Patreon, or like buy me a coffee or whatever. She did not reveal her mythical creature form. Apart from her immense size, her beauty defied belief, and her charm so overwhelming that even abstract concepts seemed unable to resist her. She appeared as a normal human woman. As she descended, the trees of the rainforest shed their hard exterior, bending. At this moment, they were no longer trees, but thick, slick back hair with distinct black and white eyeballs. The hair swayed, turning the scene into one of a surreal abstraction. As Cheek descended, she smiled at Lumion and said, "I knew you'd come to find me." Aaron, how's it going? Hidden in the darkness and trailing Lumion from nearly 10 kilometers away, Franco relied on more than just subtle traces he had left behind. A mirror substitution he had entrusted to her, and the unique connection amongst their team members. She also relied on the mystical link they had established through their roles as the Malady God and the Malady God's companion. Franca, who had initially decided to include the title Malady God's companion in her honorific name, hoping to anchor Lumion, who often succumbed to madness, with a corrupted connection. This would enable him to instinctively recognize that in the mystical and beyonder sense they were companions, partners. Combined with their existing emotional bond, this may prevent him from attacking her during the moments of insanity and allow him to heed her suggestions. Now tracking Lumion for some time, Franca noticed the sky had turned chaotic and the previous illusory ocean now engulfed. "You dare call yourself his mistress?" she heard a whisper. "I am his true companion." As the voice echoed, Franca's body stiffened, grey-white spreading across her skin and into her soul. If not for her status as a demigod with some resistance to petrification, she would have already turned into a statue. Have I been drawn to the depths of the mirror world? Is the primordial targeting me because of her possessiveness? Fucking Christ, I'm the one being cheated on here. I'm the victim. In that instant, thoughts raced through Franca's mind that she was powerless. This was a true deity, of her own pathway no less. But in the next second, the petrification ceased. Franca seized the opportunity, activating her mirror substitution. With a cracking sound, escaped her current position, reappearing in another corner of the ruins. Deep within the forest, Lumion withdrew his right hand from the face on his shoulder, holding the mask. The vortex-like face and the scorched flag, partially embedded in the chaos, revealed themselves. The seal undone. You think Franca's making it? I do think Franca's making it. I do. Lumion's body swelled into a towering giant, tens of meters tall, enveloped in ethereal, shapeless purple flames tinged with the crimson. At the center of the brow, a blood-colored banner now glistened as though freshly dyed. The moment in the vortex-like face and Salinger's blood banner manifested within the depths of the spirit world, within the depths of the mirror world. The descending figure of the primordial froze. As a result, her petrification on Franca ceased, sparing her from the fate of a Sequence 3 saint dying in the chaos of a divine conflict. On the face of Cheek on Lumion's shoulder, her eyes are layered with illusory darkness, leveraging their mystical connection as a companion both on the Beyonder level and within a hunter team. Franca was drawn into the projection. Franca immediately transported out of the depths of the mirror world, and in the next moment she glimpsed an illusory, boundless, web-like tunnel of mirrors. Each passage reflected the ruins of Trier. where Demoness of Black Clarice, Saintess of White Katarina, and other colored demonesses appeared. Guys, I think we have to cancel Cuttlefish. He just said colored. In the big 26? He's saying colored? I can't read this book anymore. It's over. Unacceptable. Outside the mirror world, at the edge of the ruins, a bent spherical shadow suddenly emerged from the void like a dolphin leaping out of the sea. The shadow unfurled, and fours dressed in a black robe adorned with stars emerged alongside Audrey and other members of the Tarot Club. Objects not reflected in the mirror could not be forcibly drawn into the mirror world. Furthermore, the one who had drawn Lumion and Franca into the mirror world did not want subsequent events to be disrupted. Silver stars on the surface of the magician's robe lit up, creating a dreamy, starry sky. In the starry expanse, the stars shifted, forming a brilliant key. The key pointed towards a specific location within the mirror world. The sun was immediately sent inside, dressed in a simple white robe, his entire being pure, brilliant, and filled with holy light. Like a sun descending upon a dark region where Franca was besieged by the Demoness of Black and other saints. Beside him, the howling gales followed. Additionally, clouds gathered in midair, weaving into a massive sword, which descended to stand before Franca. Audrey did not enter the depths of the mirror world, instead gazing to the other side of the ruins of Trier, transforming into a massive grey-white dragon. On the far side of the ruins, a figure materialized. Demoness of Grey, Judith. Ew. Accompanying Judith, a woman in a yellow frilled dress with a smile. Demoness of Yellow, Tisavika. As Justice revealed her mind dragon form with grey-white scales, another version of herself wove into existence behind her. The newly woven Audrey, clad in a white dress, lowered her head and began chanting. Shadow wandering through fate, the past god of deceit, the destined messiah. Bro, how much is bro? Amon is coming in clutch as fuck around here. Amon, everyone. Klein is like, call him on. Lumion is like, call him on. Medici is like, call him on. Booking Audrey is like, get him on over here. Just 2 or 3 kilometers from the passage forcibly opened by the fours, dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and red gloves, the star appeared as though the process of erasing a pencil sketch in reverse. He prayed to the Evernight in advance, entering a state of concealment to avoid detection from the primordial. What? We knew this one for a while, hey there. As the anomalies began, Leonard immediately recited the name of the goddess, shedding the state. At the edge of his eye socket, semi-transparent, segmented worms crawled out, keeping vigilance over their surroundings. They had to complete all preparations before the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought or the Blessed of the Great Mother noticed. As for the angels like Dabomachi and Ariana, they had not joined. Too many angels in the world of the ruins would weaken the defense of the protected zones. They could not assume that the Great Mother, focused on accommodating the brood hive, had no energy left to retaliate. Leonard took out a wooden door from his bag. The door had no frame, standing alone on the ground, its surface boring the patterns of stars, a tool the magician had crafted in advance using her worm of stars and other materials, serving no purpose but to fix an exit and entrance to a particular place. In other words, opening this door would reveal not the surrounding environment, but another location, the chamber ceiling 017. 017 was alive and thus could not be stored in the traveler bag. Moreover, before activation it had remained sealed alongside 2 other artifacts to ensure its containment. The goddess, relying on the uniqueness of the death and giant pathway, could only hold a barrier for a limited time when descending to reality. Thus, 017 cannot freely roam around from the start. It must be deployed at the most critical of moments. Under such a circumstance, creating a door to the chamber for immediate use was the best solution. Without hesitation, Leonard grasped the door handle and opened the door. Behind the door lay darkness, but there were sounds of movement, as if someone lifting a seal, and in mere seconds a figure appeared. With long black hair, wearing a hooded classical robe, and exquisitely beautiful. 017, the angel of concealment, the vessel for the goddess's descent. Holy goddamn shit, brother! What do you mean, Force? What did Force do? The goddess is doing stuff here. As 017 stepped out of the door, its figure abruptly erased and entered into the special mirror world. Meanwhile, the great old dominators who constantly monitored the changes in the astral barrier began to react. Stars of various colors, scarlet, gold, brown, blue, and orange, lit up, banishing the darkness and crimson in the sky. Their presence infused with other hues and emitted creaking sounds. Oh, she made a door, Aaron? She made a door. I'm so sorry. I did not know. I apologize. Holy shit. She's doing the most. You're right. Soon after, the moonlight that seemed to shine from an unknown source brightened and grew viscous, as if filled with blood. From within Leonard's body, segmented worms of time crawled out one after another. These worms assembled in front of him, forming the image of an elderly man with neatly combed hair, deep brown eyes, and a somber demeanor. The angel of time, Pallas Zoroast. No, I love carpenters, but a regular human carpenter could make that in like 2 hours. The moment Pallas appeared, he addressed Leonard. Go support the other major holders. Leave this to me. Without hesitation, Leonard nodded and parted his lips. An intangible spirit extended from his teeth, growing enormous and enveloping him, carrying him to the mirror world. In the next second, as if the void itself had been torn apart, the two figures emerged. At first glance, these figures resembled grotesque trees covered in viscous black fluid, but upon closer inspection, they were massive, distorted human forms with twisted, terrifying arms sprouting from their bodies. These arms bore sinister features, crimson eyeballs, embedded skulls, tongues lined with sharp teeth, and other unimaginable horrors. The abominations of the Rose School of Thought, Sua and Thierry. Compared to when they were previously aided in the growth of the tree, they had undergone notable changes. Sua's belly grotesquely swollen as though he was pregnant. Thierry's body coated in a tar-like fluid covered in black, tumor-like growths resembling mammary glands. They constantly split open and closed, secreting black milk. When the Great Mother descended, even under the protection of the Mother Tree of Desire through the astral barrier, Sua and Thierry could not entirely escape the corruption and became pregnant. Yet for beings like Sua and Thierry, the madness was intrinsic, and as long as the children weren't born, a little extra corruption didn't matter much, now did it? It merely caused their faction members and worshippers to die a little more frequently. Kami, if you changing it works, that's great. If not, just send it in chat, I can do it too. As an archangel of the error pathway and a noble of the fourth epoch who had lived for over 2,000 years, Pallas had seen much. Even so, he couldn't suppress a frown at the sight. His abdomen seemed to ache. Beside him, the angel of the Holy Spirit, Rainette of the Church of the Fools, stepped out, having just placed 4 blonde heads onto the back of her neck. The leader of the Rose School of Thought Temperance faction transformed into a massive doll the size of a castle, her eyes shining beneath a black gothic dress. She revealed her mythical creature form. On Pallas's other side, atop the ruins of a building covered in plants, Cat Leia, wearing a purple robe, no longer dominated her glasses, returned from a non-existent state to reality. Do you want me to play it in the room or just like... Because this will take a bit. If I just play it on my side, it'll obviously be quicker. Yeah, couldn't load that song. Never mind. Jesus Christ, Kami, that was a fucking jump scare. This was another Grade 0 artifact the Demoness sect held, named the Pillar of Severity. What do you mean? I can't lower the volume of one fucking tab? What are you talking about? As the pillar was lifted, bronze letters emerged. The battlefield shall be divided. In an instant, the chaotic melee was split into multiple zones, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, in perfect balance. Until their respective battle were concluded and the corresponding battlefields dissolved, neither angels nor saints could interfere in other fights. Forza's presence locked with the presence of Trier, close to Audrey, facing the Demoness of Grey and Yellow. Roselle no longer obstructed. Since she had not engaged in a battle, she could freely choose her own battlefield. Demon Slayer, Chris. The Demoness of Gold touched a champagne-colored gown facing Derek. She wore a vertical eye-shaped tiara, its centerpiece perfectly cut diamond resembling an eye. A Grade 0 artifact, Eye of God. Within it, light constantly refracted, emitting a pure yet dreamlike radiance that expressed both Derek's weaknesses and strengths. The Demoness of Gold smiled, realizing the crown of dawn worn by her opponent was nothing more than an ornament. The Testimony of Gold required 2 saints to wield, and after the battlefield was divided, Derek had lost his collaborator. This fact was clear to Derek and to the other Arcana holders as well. Judgment, wearing Solomon's mask, immediately sought to distort the corresponding rules. Wearing Solomon's mask, which caused her to grow significantly taller, Gio placed her right hand on the mask. The black and gold mask began to writhe as though burrowed deep into Judgment's face. Distortion. Solomon's mask could distort rules to an extent. This time, she chose to distort the rule the battlefield shall be divided, and as a seasoned imperative mage and a chaos hunter, Gio had spent years maintaining order and constructing rules to limit enemies and enhance herself. This seemed at odds with distorting rules, but clearly, it was precisely because she understood rules so deeply that she knew where to twist them. The underlying principle, the battlefield shall be divided, was to end chaos and restore order. Since the goal was balance itself could be distorted to become even more extreme. If you want balance, I'll give you fucking balance. In an instant, the matchups on the battlefield change. Madame Judgment, Gio, was drawn into a battlefield of Derek and the Demoness of Gold along with her opponent, the Demoness of Orange, 2v2. With Judgment's assistance, Derek could wield the artifact, Proof of Glory. Allowing this adjustment balanced the power between the two factions, achieving a distorted equilibrium. The other matchups were as follows. Alger wielding 002, facing the Demoness of Cyan, who was wielding the Setting Sun Rooster. Emlyn, clad in a robe of divine blood, opposed the Demoness of White, who wore the Love's Dread Ring. Leonard, holding the Staff of the Stars, matched against the Demoness of Crimson, wielding the Pillar of Severity. Two of Cups, Franca, equipped with the post-apocalyptic scripture in the face of the arcane, fought against 3 Demoness of Unaging, Silver, Brown, and Green, who were armed with only Grade 1 artifacts. You will come to realize there's a qualitative difference between a Grade 1 and a Grade 0 artifact. Y'all are about to get fucking rolled. Sharon, holding the box of the Great Old One, faced both Demoness of Black Clarice, wearing the Calamity of Crimson, and the True Angel, Roselle Gustave. How many people are dying? 46 million humans. Oh, I'm sorry, are we not counting humans as people anymore? We just care about angels and demigods now? Okay. Let's talk about people, Chris. What are the odds of Lumion dying? I don't know, like 70%. But then he's going to come back because of some bullshit. He's going to die, but then his resurrection is going to hit, and Aurora shall be born side by side. And the third head shall be Jenna's, who is reborn as well. It was a fool done already. By Mr. Fool, of course. In this distorted equilibrium, it seemed the box of the Great Old One needed to contend with at least an angel and a Grade 0 artifact to maintain balance. This was likely because the third layer of the box contained something incredibly dangerous. He's like, think about it. Inside him is obviously Lumion, Aurora, Jenna, Alista. You can kind of say Cheek is in there as well. Is that it? I don't know. Primordial God Almighty? I don't know. Like, how many people, like, he barely is alive, yeah. Amibala Zadis? What does that put him at? Like, 8 people? He's like 1/8 alive. Roselle watched coldly, whether she hadn't had time to react or use her own consideration. She had no abilities. Roselle watched coldly, whether she had time to react or not, or had her own consideration. She used no abilities. Clarice watched as the crimson crown began to glow, feeling her body stiffen. She could barely move. She noticed the previously void-like edges of the mirror had taken on a tangible form, reflecting a silver-black sheen that became textured. Kami, these fucking yells are genuinely starting to get to me. Within the first layer of the box of the Great Old One, the corresponding section of the mirror world had been shrunk down and encapsulated as part of the miniature diorama. In miniature scenes, both Demoness of Black Clarice and Empress Roselle were reduced to palm-sized figures, their movements stiff and jerky like wind-up toys. In the next moment, crimson light flared. The entire toy house collapsed, dragging the Demoness of Black and Empress Roselle into layer upon layer of an annihilating void. Catastrophe had descended. Suddenly, the illusory torrent of complex information surged up from the void, spilling onto the first layer of the box of the Great Old Ones. The torrent swiftly reassembled into a mature, beautiful form, Empress Roselle. Sharon was prepared, her eyes reflecting the image of a reformed angel. She reached out her hand towards her own eye, plucking out the eyeball that had locked onto the Empress, and it came out. As a Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence, her use of the ability Source of Chaos no longer harmed herself. However, against an angel, she must go all out, using this to enhance the curse. She didn't expect this to finish off an angel, but only sought to buy herself time. In this area, teeming with Grade 0 artifacts, no one knew how long the distorted equilibrium would hold, or if anyone could circumvent it. There were variables, inevitable ones. Under the blessings of fate and miracles of Mr. Fool, Sharon believed the ensuing variables would favor her, and for now, her job was to stall for time, await change and prevent herself from being defeated swiftly. Sharon quickly threw out the eyeball still frozen with Roselle's image into the void. In the spirit world, an enormous bird, indescribable in form, swooped down, snatching the eyeball with its beak and flying deep into the spirit world, heading to where the 7 lights were. Such an encounter would affect the true body, resulting in a curse akin to banishment. Furthermore, the target would be subjected to a constant attack from dangerous creatures in the spirit world while being banished. Empress Roselle glanced at Sharon, now empty, blood-dripping eye socket, and gave a nod of decisiveness. This angel did not resist the curse, allowing herself to be dragged to the depths, disappearing. Sharon froze, realizing that the Empress might not have wanted to participate in this battle at all. Her doll-like face now streaked across blood dripping from her missing eye, giving her ghostly, wraith-like aura. At this moment, Demoness of Black, Clarice, having resurrected through her mirror self, re-emerged from the shadows, once again wearing the calamity of crimson. She had escaped the influence of the box of the Great Old Ones through self-destruction. On another battlefield, Mr. Hangman noticed the disadvantageous Sharon had faced, immediately prepared to open the Truant's brass book and add patches to rules like to distort the equilibrium. The brass book had been unsealed but still suffered from deceit and trickery, leaving it with no blank spaces to inscribe new rules. Under these circumstances, its activation level was minimal, only capable of basic initial application, yet for Alger, that was plenty. At the moment, Yelena, the demoness of Cyan, with the three-headed rooster, raised its middle head and said, "Cock-a-doodle-doo!" The crowning, which should have heralded dawn, instead summoned darkness. Alger felt his soul plummeting, sinking into the viscous black depths of his inner psyche. Malice, dissatisfaction, and jealousy surged. He felt an overwhelming urge to conserve his strength and avoid risk. Why have they all become angels, yet I am yet to see my dawn? These emotions faced Alger's actions, or affected Alger's actions. The black rooster, with two other heads, turned around. The crestless head raised its left wing, causing the space around him to darken and thicken and fold inward. The head with the faded crest had pitch black eyes as Yelena's left hand materialized, a straight sword of the abyssal depth. Meanwhile, in her right hand, Yelena now held a straight sword wreathed in black flames, embodying madness, savagery, and destruction, swinging both swords at Alger, who was trapped in the spatial sphere. Suddenly, Alger's body shone with dazzling holy light, forming armor over his body. Before entering the mirror world and joining the battle, Derek had cast the Sunlight Domain spell Holy Armor on his companions, except Sharon and Emlyn. It's like, you two are evil. You don't deserve this. Oh, the purifying sun will kill me. Oh, it's okay, Sharon. You're beautiful on the inside and the outside. I know. Emlyn, you're a piece of shit. On another battlefield, facing the combined assault of the demonesses of silver, brown, and green, Franca used her mirror substitution to withstand the first wave of attacks. Her silhouette then appeared in a corner, and she rapidly flipped through the post-apocalyptic scripture. With her will, she had inscribed a prophecy: all demigods attacking me will suffer a backlash of their own artifacts due to bad luck. The moment that prophecy took effect, Franca employed Mirror Substitute to evade the Demoness of Brown's curse. In the special mirror world, a crimson moon rose slowly, casting a faint, eerie blood hue over the rainforest, like black hair and grained white stones scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Cheek spat a smile as she created multiple mirror projections to avoid the attacks of Lumion and the goddess. She addressed Roland, the former matriarch of the Church of the Earth Mother. My daughter has sent someone to stop me? Does she not want me to be her mother? As a mother, how can a mother lack a mother? Or is she waiting for me and Lista to reunite again and give birth to her anew? Hearing this, Roland, whose expression had been kind and loving, turned grim. Roland's expression shifted. The tree-like black hair bathed in the moonlight stretched towards the airborne demoness. The hair seemed to gain life and intelligence, turning against its original owner. In this forest, both in midair and on the ground, countless tiny, unseen mystical pathogens expanded. Some resembled fluffy spheres, others clawed monstrosities, some bizarre crowns. They varied in form and effect, embodying the authorities of disease and plague. At this moment, these pathogens, spread by the demoness, gained enhanced power and turned against her, targeting her true body, Lumion and 017. And Cheek chuckled. This life stirred an itch in the hearts of Lumion, the goddess, and matriarch Roland, the pathogens slowing their actions. Then, the primordial unveiled her mythical creature form. She became enormous, clad in her white bone dress, her visage growing increasingly beautiful, yet exuding different temperaments from different angles. Pure, elegant, majestic, delicate, pristine. Her hair as thick as pythons, exuding an eerie slickness. Some strands rose and rotated, their black and white eyes spinning, others extending forward, sprouting serpent-like heads that flicked their tongues. Others coiled at her feet. Whether one gazed at the primordial or not, everything reacted to her presence. The right half of Lumien's body swelled at the chest, while Lumien's... Does it mean the bottom half? While Cheek's face on the left side flushed. The whirlpool-like visage subtly turning, resisting the allure. The black, lifeless eyes of the 017 began to flicker, betraying a hint of infatuation. Roland's eyes turned tender and watery, her lips parting to exhale a breath of air. The bird-clawed infants attached ceased seeking milk and looked to the sky in longing. The males among them even grew unfamiliar organs around their existing ones. The black hair that constituted the rainforest also transformed into a hair of young girls, while the rebellious mystical pathogens became girl-like as well. All of them hopelessly under Cheek's spell. Suddenly, Cheek disappeared, flickering through the mirror world to reappear around Roland in various positions: high, low, left, right, and behind, leaving each person with a mirror, each leaving a mirror projection. Each projection spoke in a soft voice, sometimes laughing, sometimes weeping. My daughter doesn't want to acknowledge me as her mother, but she was born from the original creator, and I am the man destined to become the original creator's feminine aspect. If she seeks my help, I would offer it willingly. That is a parent's duty. But she cannot stop the birth of her father and mother. The demoness turned her body to the sky and clenched her fist. With this emotion, all the mirror projections surrounding Roland collapsed into vortices composed of illusory liquid. These dozens of vortices expanded and merged into a single mass, swallowing Roland, the clawed infants, and the moon rising into the sky. It heralded an apocalypse, a return to the primordial state. Within the chaotic vortex, the crimson moon and Roland floated intermittently, resisting complete disintegration and assimilation. At this moment, a giant sword wreathed in black flames of destruction descended from the sky, striking the moon and Roland. The sword was wielded by Lumien, splitting the moon and Roland apart. Next, a spectral, abnormally shaped scythe, cloaked in profound silence and darkness, arrived, cleaving the split crimson moon and Roland's form yet again. At this moment, both Lumien and 017 prioritized burying Roland and the mutations she brought forth. Lumien's eyes met with Cheek's as if to say, "This is our battle." Cheek returned a sweet, approving smile. With the participation of the Sword of Destruction in the silent darkness, the chaotic mass binding the moon and Roland began to change. It swallowed the two, collapsing violently and condensing into a deep, human knuckle-sized black dot. The dot lacked something crucial, preventing it from gaining further compression. In an instant, the black dot swelled and exploded, releasing a violent burst of light. The region of the special mirror world regained substance, stabilizing, but no longer resembling the original. In the sky, stars appeared, and the crimson moon had not yet vanished. Instead, it became distant and dim, as though separated by layers of barriers and barriers of destruction and ethereal darkness, preventing its return. Cheek withdrew her gaze and smiled at Lumien. "Time is running out. It's your turn now." As she spoke, shadows enveloped 017's features, plunging her into the darkness, signifying the descent of the goddess was nearing its end. The barrier that had to be maintained at 017's limitations placed a cap on how long she could continue. In the depths of the mirror world, on another battlefield, Katarina, upon the battlefield's rebalancing, activated Love's Dread ring on her finger. The spikes on the finger emitted a soft illusion. The demoness of an aging skin lost some of its luster while maintaining a faint sheen. Her face took on a doll-like characteristic, transforming into an extremely beautiful, intricately crafted doll. To Emlyn, this was perfect. Emlyn is like, holy shit. She was kind of pretty, but holy shit. She's now me. She's perfect. She's made for me. Under the normal circumstances, he might have stopped to admire her, unwilling to cause harm, but at this moment he wore the crimson robe woven from what seemed to be blood. The robe triggered his inner malice, countering the infatuation and even amplifying it. To Katerina's surprise, Emlyn transformed into a blood moon like moonlight, charging at her with intense possessiveness rather than succumbing to infatuation. Instinctively, Katerina extended her grey-white energy from her hand, spreading it towards the moonlight. Simultaneously, ravings echoed in her ears as if the most malicious emotions and desires were singing. Her hair lifted and thickened. She showed signs of losing control. Blood flowed from her nostrils, ears, mouth, and eyes, and her heart nearly stopped, and her blood seemed to ignite. Katerina shattered, activating the substitution ability. The moonlight turned grey-white and solidified, but the unaffected portion of blood and lights abruptly retracted, forming Emlyn's bat-like wings. Katerina's figure emerged in the corner of the battlefield, and she prepared to unleash catastrophe upon this area using the ring. In the mirror world, catastrophe meant fragmentation and collapse. On another battlefield, after confirming her opponent as Leonard, the Demoness of Crimson revealed the second rule of the surface of the Pillar of Severity. Teleportation is prohibited here. Seeing the ancient Hermes script... I'll pause room. Sounds good. Just send it whenever. Seeing the ancient Hermes script in brass tones emerge on the pillar, Leonard, who had been clearing his mind, recalled Pallas's thoughts. The Angel of Time reappeared through the Staff of Stars, manifesting before Leonard as an ancient wall clock, taking on the impact. A distant chime echoed. Now? Coming now? No? Okay. Seizing the opportunity, Leonard activated his nightmare abilities, falling into deep slumber. Shortly after, the chime faded and everything returned to normal. Pallas had already vanished, the Demoness of Crimson drawn into a dreamscape, a dream tied to Leonard's, preventing her from using the Pillar of Severity. Instead, she saw a staircase and a sign saying the Blackthorn Security Company. Let's go! I got too excited. Is my mic still working? Please tell me it's still working. Okay, thank God. I got too excited. I'm sorry, guys. Bro. Oh my God. Captain Dunn is about to beat her ass. Captain Dunn, get her. She's a bitch. She said no. I tried to ask her out and she said no. Captain Dunn, get her. That's bullshit. I know you can hear me, you fucker. Don't lie to me. One of the Staff of the Stars' functions was to allow the wielder to recreate corresponding abilities or individuals through mental visualization. Naturally, sufficient understanding of the ability or individual was required to avoid anomalies. Before the mission, Leonard had asked Miss Justice to incept a psychological cue in him, ensuring he would dream of the Blackthorn Security Company and a certain individual upon falling asleep. Wait, is Klein gonna kill her? Dude, imagine. She's like walking, just runs into the fucking pillar of the universe. She's like, no shot. This visualization enabled the Staff of the Stars to assist in bringing the figures to life. In an instant, the Demoness of Crimson saw someone emerge from the door of the Blackthorn Security Company. The man wore a top hat, a formal suit, and carried a cane. The scholarly, air-filled Klein Moretti. Well, a tardigrade is actually a pretty bad one, Connie, because the tardigrades are like impossible to kill. Oh, is that why you? Is that why you use that for a demoness? I guess because they're bitches to kill. The moment she saw Klein emerge, an indescribable, overwhelming terror surged within her. Her teeth chattering uncontrollably. In her eyes, the security company appeared like a deep, dark cathedral, and the opponent from before a bishop, serving the unknown, mysterious, and bizarre. Now the greatest horror had stepped out. She let out a fear-laden scream, her hair rising into the air, thickening and becoming slimy. Overwhelmed by the terror, she lost control. Hope, how's it going? And losing control would affect her mirror self and slumbering mirrors. In the next second, the movements of the out-of-control demoness of Crimson became jerky and stiff, as if joints were filled with glue or rusted. Her eyes, once brimming with fear and allure, returned to normal. The transformation of petrification and pleasure through the long, thick hair had ceased. She became docile. She had become a marionette. The figure of Klein, summoned by Leonard, through dreaming, could only perform one attack. He chose to turn her into a marionette. He then dissipated, and the dream shattered. Got drunk as fuck with a friend. Well, the first half of that sentence sounds dog shit, the second half sounds awesome. Leonard opened his eyes to see the marionette of the demonesque catastrophe collapse lifelessly to the ground, devoid of vitality. She was dead. With a thud, this pillar of severity, no longer bound by threads, crashed into the void black ground. This change in the battlefield and the star Leonard's performance struck fear into the hearts of the other demonesses. They were all saints deal with grades or artifacts. How could he deal with her so quickly? I love how even now Leonard is a bum. Even now as an angel, so high up in the church, he's like, I summon Big Daddy Klein. If Leonard took a bit more time to seal the Pillar of Severity, the battlefield portions would have been invalidated, and he and the Planeswalker would gain the freedom to join any battlefield. The Demoness of Orange felt a certain urgency. In her, before her floated a car inlaid with what seemed to be shattered diamonds, radiating a brilliant light. The card face constantly shifted between the characters and scenes, producing a variety of effects directed at Mr. Sun and Madam Judgment, but now none of these could break through the divine barrier created by the Crown of Dawn, nor could they allow the Demoness of Orange to bypass it. She could only hope that the Demoness of Gold, with her Eye of God, would unravel the divine barrier's mysteries, weaknesses, or flaws and launch a targeted attack. Sounds good, Kami. Just send it again so that because I just keep it pulled up earlier, so that way as soon as it needs to switch, there's not much delay. The urgency wasn't solely due to how quickly the battlefield of Crimson had been resolved, which filled her with dread about the rapidly shifting tides of battle. It was also because the longer she used the Tamara's ever-changing card, the more likely one of its negative effects would manifest upon her. The Demoness of Orange glanced at the Demoness of Gold from the corner of her eye, noting the beads of sweat on her companion's forehead, making the vertical eye on her forehead gleam even more brilliantly. Clearly, the Eye of God was not in use. Meanwhile, having relied on Madam Judgment's help to activate the Glory Crown and create the Divine Barrier, Derek caught his breath. Looking at the Demoness of Gold and Orange beyond the barriers as well as the other battlefields, he found himself dazed. He remembered what Mr. Fool had said, go and pursue. Oh, I love this song from Fairy Tale. Are you kidding? I love this OST. This is but this son of a bitch hurt my grandpa, so I'm allowed to take revenge, right? Oh, I love that. I love this OST. Are you kidding? What is my justice? What is the core justice that I'm willing to cast everything aside for? Once again, Derek felt the doubts that had plagued him for years. After leaving the City of Silver and stepping out of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, He had witnessed the normal ways of living and been exposed to a greater variety of values. Good and evil, right or wrong, wealth and poverty, oppression and resistance. All aspects that Derek had contemplated and practiced in his life, but he felt that none represented the core principles of his justice. This confusion had prevented Derek from summarizing the final acting principle, unable to digest the potion of justice mentor. In a flash of thought, considering the significance and purpose of this, scenes unfolded before Derek's eyes. The crimson moon piercing the barrier and descending, the sky becoming perpetually dark, illuminated only by moonlight and starlight. Humans piling into spheres, floating amidst the murk. The forsaken land of the gods, distinguishing day and night by the frequency of lightning. The chief pushing open the door to Ormir's court, letting the sunlight pour in. Derek's body moved as though transported to the past. He understood the justice he wanted to pursue most. Light. It was the sun. The existence and the continuation of the human race. For that, he would abandon everything else. The proof of glory atop Derek's head shined brilliantly, and the immense power was directed towards the second saint present, Madame Judgment, Gio Derecha. The asymmetrical black and gold mask on Gio's face writhed. She withdrew the divine barrier, allowing a silver-white rapier to appear and pierce the Demoness of Orange. Magnify. Using the Solomon mask, Gio amplified the silver-white rapier infused with the power of the sun. Inside the Demoness of Orange, the rapier exploded with brilliance, brimming with destruction, yet it was also sacred and resplendent. And on another battlefield, adorning Alger temporarily suppressed his malicious thoughts, preventing him from succumbing to the corruption of Yelena. Her cull of spiritual flesh could not bypass his armor's defenses, but the cull of spiritual flesh combined with a sword of destruction eventually tore through the pure armor formed by sunlight, annihilating it, and at that moment, a new rule appeared in the brass book. Normal beings may have one and only one head. All others must die. The three-headed rooster perched atop Yelena's shoulders trembled as though sensing its doom. Two heads, one bare and the other with a dark red comb, fell. Their severed necks unnaturally clean as though sliced by a blade. Yet no blood spurted. Instead, the heads fused with flesh and bone, writhing as if attempting to grow new heads. But an invisible force prevented them. With Alger freed from his dangerous predicament, Franca's situation shifted too. Franca had been hiding, biding her time, anticipating the backlash from the artifacts used by her three opponents. Yet as she observed the Demoness of Silver and Grey and Green, she observed their subtle infatuation of her intentional display of charm. Franca realized the original Demoness of Silver and Green might have died after the Crimson Moon's descent. The ones alive were newly advanced. Since the digestion of the unaging potion took a century. Kami, just play the actual song and then I'll stop, okay? As soon as I hear something conflicting, I'll stop. Since the digestion of the unaging potion usually took a century, these newly advanced ones may be still in an unstable state, allowing them to be vulnerable to the allure of a demoness of the same caliber. It had been less than a year since the moon's descent. Realizing this, Franca gave the Demoness of Silver and Green a smile, full charm. Even if her guess was wrong, even if it was a poor choice, there was little to lose. The Demoness of Silver and Cyan's gaze turned enamored, longing to kneel before Franca. The Demoness of Brown was similarly affected, but the thought of her current lover helped her break free. Beyond all battlefields, on the dark periphery of this region, a figure lay in wait. By Hope. He had white hair and a black robe, his eyes deep and lightless, marking him as the unmistakable miracle invoker, Zaratul. Guess who else returns? Zaratul had followed the orders of the Great Mother and arrived long ago, yet he had not participated in the battle. Instead, he remained hidden, waiting for the right moment, the opportunity to convert everyone into marionettes and claim a bounty of Grade 0 artifacts. The moment had come, and in the shadows, Zaratul's marionettes were ready, each capable of using his own abilities to create more marionettes. Suddenly, Zaratul felt a sense of danger, as if something was burrowing into his body. Ah, he said, brother. God, he said, brother. I know that's not my primary pathway anymore, but if you bring me a sequence 2, I'll take it. It's still adjacent. I'll still yoink it off your bum ass bitch. He attempted to switch places with one of his marionettes, but it was futile. Not only were all his marionettes similarly infiltrated, but his attempt to exchange places had inexplicably failed, as though the very thought had been stolen by him. The man appeared before Zaratul wearing a pointed hat and a monocle. Amon had arrived. Reflecting a glimmer of light, he said, "I'm a bit late, but I felt there was enough time, so I waited for any potential dessert to arrive." Quite the coincidence. I know this body of yours is merely a projection, but for the error pathway, if a projection is parasitized, doesn't it mean the original kinda was too? If your past is parasitized, how could your present not be? A flicker of desperation flashed in Zaratul's eyes, yet the arrangement beyond his projection needed time. Just a second or two. His pupils seemed to dilate, carrying a hint of relief. He then smiled and accepted the monocle Amon had offered and placed it on his eye. Dude, that's so clever. It's like, dude, if your past has been parasitized, how has your present not been? You fucked. The logic is so clear, but it would never work. But yet it obviously does. It's so good. Rest in piss, bozo. Genuinely. Fuck that guy. Having eliminated Zaratul through sheer rank suppression and surprise, Amon glanced at the ongoing battles in the mirror world and choosing not to interfere, leaving behind Zaratul and his marionettes. Returning from the shadows, Clarice swiftly utilized the mirror world to create multiple mirror projections across different locations, a mix of real and false, to evade the transfiguration curse from the opposing disciple of silence. Although the Calamity of Crimson Crown was a Grade 0 artifact, it did not offer any resistance to the transfiguration curse. If the Demoness of Black tried to withstand it unaided, she would undoubtedly transform into a regular yet charming sheep, losing most of her abilities, and if that happened, not only would Clarice be unable to wield the Calamity of Crimson, but the artifact's negative effects would cause her to die on the spot. Even if she were lucky enough to avoid the triggering of negative effects, how could a sheep fight against a saint? More critically, the Demoness sect, with its stronghold in the southern continent, had significant experience dealing with the Transfiguration Curse due to frequent encounters with the Rose School of Thought. The Demoness of Black was acutely aware that the curse would not only target her true self, but her mirror self, the transformation symmetrical. Moreover, as a defenseless animal, she'd be easily captured. Though the connection between her body and her revival, the enemy would naturally uncover all the hidden dormant mirrors she had isolated. Such an outcome would mean the complete death of a notoriously resilient demoness. The Demoness sect's strategy for countering the curse was clear. If an enemy was below angel level and could only target a single entity, one should conceal the true body and use methods like mirror projection. If the enemy was an angel, extreme vigilance was required. One had to be ready to activate mirror substitution preemptively while holding a lethal pathogen in their mouth if evasion failed and one transformed into an animal. Commit suicide. Now, the Demoness of Black was employing the first strategy, not only because her opponent was a mere Sequence 3, but also because Clarice sought to curse her opponent in return. Each of the mirror projections created through the Calamity of Crimson carried a portion of power and could use their eyes as a medium to curse. With so many projections, Clarice was confident at least one would capture the enemy and deliver a curse. Even if the curse did not originate from her true body and could not severely injure or kill, it would have an impact, creating opportunities. Meanwhile, Clarice allowed the Calamity of Crimson atop her head to glow, bringing catastrophe to the battlefield. The catastrophe manifested as the glow collapsed. As the gradual collapse and disintegration of the corresponding area of the mirror world not only limited her opponent's ability to dodge, improving the chances of completing the curse, but also dragged all living beings in the battlefield towards annihilation, at the point where the demoness of an agent could revive, whereas a disciple of silence could not. As the disaster unfolded, Sharon remained expressionless, calm and composed. She pulled the second layer of the jewelry box. This was the second application of the Box of the Great Old Ones. This layer contained records of different locations, and varied and numerous, allowing the holder and all beings within a certain range to be transported to a designated spot. But designated was not absolute. In use, the location would change randomly, making the destination unpredictable. Sharon now placed her faith in the blessings of the Angel of Fate's will, believing that her heart's desire would come true. The reason Sharon was entrusted the Box of the Great Old One for this mission was not due to random allocation. They had discussed beforehand which member would best utilize each artifact. The consent was unanimous. Box of the Great Old Ones was best for Sharon. Sharon had not only used the second layer of the box immediately because Roselle was still present earlier. Now, as Sharon opened the second layer again, she designated a location and its power. Just as the Demoness of Black captured her opponent in figure and was about to disrupt the curse, the annihilating and mirror world shifted, accompanied by her mirror projections. She accompanied Sharon to a barren wilderness. This wilderness, strewn with grey rocks, densely packed skeletons, stretched endlessly. The Underworld. Sharon had designated the Underworld by sheer luck. The Box of the Great Old Ones had avoided its own randomness. The moment the Demoness of Black and her projections arrived, their bodies and expressions froze. The mirror projections shattered and dissipated. Her face turned pale. Both she and her mirror self perished in an instant. Any living being that entered the underworld would die. Sharon watched as the Demoness died, her own figure growing increasingly transparent. Once a wraith, she was now equivalent to an evil spirit, so she did not fear instant death in the underworld, but she also couldn't linger too long. This was the trait where they believed Sharon could utilize the Box of the Great Old Ones the best. She could move her opponents where others could not survive, but she could. Between the two artifacts of the Box of the Great Old One and the Staff of the Stars, Sharon ultimately chose the Box of the Great Old Ones due to Mr. Star's unique trait. Looking at the Demoness of the Black's corpse, Sharon retrieved the Calamity of Crimson. While the underworld-induced death did not affect the isolated dormant status, isolated dormant mirrors making it impossible to permanently kill the Demoness of Black, the revival process would take a long time. No longer able to participate in this battle, and had lost her Grade 0 artifact. Not only did Sharon face the collapsing and annihilating mirror world, but so did Emlyn. Clad in the robe of the divine, he saw the ground collapse and the surroundings fade. The malice within his heart grew uncontrollable, spreading the bat-like wings covering in membranes on his back. He transformed into moonlight, directed it towards the Katarina, who had been caught in the catastrophe, as though dragging her along with him. Seeing the moonlight approaching him, Katarina smiled and allowed it to shine upon her. Her body shattered and in the moonlight reverting to a mirror. Moments later, she reappeared on another section of the collapsing battlefield, smiling as she watched the mirror world consume both the crimson moonlight and herself. Chris, what chapter are we ending today? This battlefield would turn into a void. Seconds later, due to the overall structure of the mirror world remaining intact, boundaries formed within the void. 48? Bro, that's 12 more chapters from now. I don't know if we can do that today. Am I crazy? That's another fucking, what, 2 hours? I've already been streaming for 2 hours. What? She had indeed perished in the destruction, but her mirror self outside collapsed, and she returned, a quick method to resolve matters. After scanning the surroundings and finding no trace of the enemy, Katerina smirked. At that moment, a brazen voice echoed. It was Emmeline's. If I were you, I wouldn't be smiling. You're alive? Katerina blurted out and activated the mirror substitution. The mirror left in the place shattered, and Katerina's figure emerged at the edge of the region. If you had died earlier, I would have perished too, but you didn't. Your greatest mistake was assuming resurrection was resolve everything after emotions and desires were triggered. You didn't even try to calm yourself. We share a psyche. If I can plant the seeds of malice within your mind, I could erode your self-psyche too. When the main body is destroyed, I can use these seeds to revive within you, igniting your desires and burning your blood. Malice never dies, and neither do demons. Katerina triggered mirror substitution multiple times, but Emmeline's voice never stopped. Blood seeped from her pores, enveloping her. Suddenly, the entire mirror world, or perhaps the entire world, began to shake. Within the special mirror world, amidst the intense tremor, 017's eyes grew dull and lifeless. Her body faded, as if being erased. The sealed artifact departed, returning to the protected zone. The divine descent had concluded. The tremors caused by the attacks of the astral barrier subsided. Cheek turned her gaze to LEMMiNO, who was gripping Salinger's banner, using it as a vessel for the Sword of Destruction. I'm not gonna lie, I don't understand how Emmeline won there. I don't even understand. Next music is Music Room. Sounds good. Just start it whenever it's red time. I'll turn mine off again. The deity had earlier escaped with his strike by deliberately shattering her mirror substitution. Now she reappeared in another part of the sky and chuckled. It is just the two of us. Before she could finish, Amon suddenly appeared. Adjusting his monocle and smiling at Cheek. Apologies for being tardy. I had to make a quick stop in the astral world and steal a wish and enjoy a little dessert. Yeah, Chris, I'm not saying we'll stop at 11:41. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if I can make it all the way to 38, okay? Amon's voice layered over itself, emanating from multiple figures, never staying in one place long enough to be charmed or attacked by the demoness. Hearing Amon's words, Cheek narrowed her eyes and clenched her fist. And that wish is... Amon's monocle grew brighter, releasing the stolen wish. At the same time, he blinked away from the incoming vortex. A voice reverberated through the area, so potent that even the all-encompassing chaos could only weaken it. My wish is all envisioned things in the special mirror world shall vanish. Briefly. As Amon prepared to unleash the wish, Cheek did not merely conjure another vortex of chaos to return everything to chaos. In addition, countless faint light reflected and refracted within her eyes, creating an indescribable sense of mystery. Near omniscient eyes analyzing Amon's state and weakness, searching for vulnerabilities. In truth, Cheek knew of a few ways to deal with Amon quickly, linking the mirror world inside and out of the astral barrier to introduce the corruption of the Circle of Inevitability. To instantly kill an archangel, one needed the corresponding pathway's great old dominator. Unfortunately, the barrier blocks the connection between the inside and out, and abandoning this idea, Cheek focused on utilizing her omniscient authority. On the other side, LEMMiNO was surrounded by the expanding vortex of chaos, preventing him from launching any attacks. Relying on the rotations of the vortex's face and Salinger's blood banner carrying the flames of destruction, he managed to keep the all-encompassing chaos stagnating in front of him. It flowed like a tidal wave around a reef that submerged at any moment. As the voice representing the wish reverberated, Cheek saw Amon's current weakness. He was not truly a dual pathway god, merely borrowing the powers of his past self through the Sequence 2 Sinner, with the permission of the current holder of the Era and Door pathway. Borrowed power did not truly belong to oneself, left a chink in the armor, akin to when the Primordial split off part of herself from the Demoness of Apocalypse characteristic, replacing it with an envisioned substitute to maintain her rank. When faced with such an influence, she would inevitably suffer a setback. For Amon to use borrowed power from the past, he had to maintain the state of a sinner, the crux of the issue. The power was from the past, and in the past he was a sinner. As the wish was being spoken and realized, Cheek caused the special mirror world, vortex that had yet to engulf, turn transparent, reflecting Amon's blinking figures. Cheek's shadow abruptly rose and adhered to her back. She split off part of herself like a visionary. In this chapter, she analyzed Amon like the reader path. Something to do with the primordial God Almighty again. Amon's shadow experienced the same transformation. The inherent depraved nature present in all living beings. Undoubtedly, the depraved nature of a sinner was exceptionally strong, nearly equal to his very existence. Amon's shadow, pitch black and viscous like slime, clung to his body, unaffected by his blinking. Apart from a high-ranking individual of select pathways, no one could separate their own depraved nature. It could only be suppressed. For a sinner, resistance was impossible, as they were depraved to begin with. The shadow enveloped Amon, sticking to him. Meanwhile, similar shadows slowly emerged from the depths of his psyche, merging in and out, reshaping his form. Amon had previously stolen many abilities of the Sun Path, but this time he refrained from using them. Otherwise, his purification would not stop at the depraved nature and would include the sinner himself. Amon raised his head, and his left eye shone with the light as brilliant starlight. The now transparent borders of the special mirror world turned dark and illusory. As a door pathway god, Amon sealed this area as a temporary measure, and immediately after leapt into the illusory river composed of interlocking symbols. Before him lay innumerable tributaries. He chose the one of the fates, completing his self-redemption. A holy light erupted as he emerged, no longer burdened by his depraved nature, nor was he at the risk of being engulfed by the vortex of chaos. He was now an angel of redemption, no longer the sinner of the past, no longer the dual pathway god he once was. At this moment, the reverberating voice fell silent. The wish, all envisioned things in the special mirror world shall vanish briefly, was realized. And Cheek's figure shrank, her aura and rank plummeting to that of a level of angels, or a level of a king of angels. The expanding vortex of the chaos simultaneously began to contract, quickly shrinking into a single point and vanishing entirely, failing to affect Amon. For a short time, Cheek was no longer a true god, now barely stronger than LEMMiNO, but not overwhelmingly slow. In terms of rank, she might even be lower than him. Cheek abruptly transformed into a silver lightning bolt, streaking to the edge of the special mirror world at near light speed. fucking all the pathways now. She intended to escape. If an envisioned phenomena were invalid in this area, she would simply leave this area. Next music on your end? Yeah, sounds good, whichever one. Cheek knew full well that for a wish to have an effect on someone like her, the female body of the primordial god almighty, even the half-lord of mysteries, would need to impose limits on time and scope. The wish would likely distort without it, even possibly favoring her. With restrictions in place, she could escape the affected area or hold out as long as possible to negate it. The silver lightning struck the heavy, dark edge of the mirror world, but failed to break it. The door pathway god's seal. The lightning reverted to Cheek. She turned to face Lumion and smiled. I'd love to see just how brief this briefly is, but what I'd like even more is to see whether you can defeat me so quickly. Lumion offered no response, and from the traveler bag he'd obtained, he produced a handful of metallic puppets and threw them. The puppets expanded, each over 10 meters, resembling giants forged of steel. Before the battle, each received a boon of sequence zeros of different pathways. Boons with a limit. Smiling at Cheek, he declared, I, as a conqueror, how could I not have my own army? Before he finished, he led the dozens of steel giants in a charge against the primordial. Deep within this mirror world, the demoness of silver, her vision dazzled and mind ensnared by Franca's smile, felt a pain, her emotions and desires surging. Looking down, she saw the sculpt-shaped artifact she carried gnawing on her. The mirror self suffered the same fate. Creaking and cracking, her body decayed, dragging her mirror substitutions and mirror self to ruin. The prophecy of this post-apocalyptic scripture had been fulfilled. Due to emotional fluctuations, the Demoness of Silver suffered a backlash of her own artifact. It seemed rather effective. In no time, the Demoness of Silver was reduced to a corpse with decayed flesh hanging loosely from her bones. Similarly, the Demoness of Green, also entranced, halted her attacks, unable to tear her gaze away from Franca's beautiful eyes. A strong sense of danger struck her, and she tried to activate mirror substitution, but her thoughts became sluggish and stalled, preventing her from acting. The delay seemed to stem from the black cloak she wore. Flames ignited within Franca's eyes, enveloping the Demoness of Green, and suddenly the flames erupted within her body, inflicting excruciating pain as they burned her very soul. A curse of a demoness that could not be avoided unless mere substitution was used. The Demoness of Green let out an uncontrollable, blood-curdling scream as the flames consumed her soul. Her mirror self suffered the same fate. While Franca focused on the Demoness of Green and Silver, the Demoness of Brown broke free of Franca's charm and unleashed a surge of gray-white that surged towards her. You're fucked. One-on-one, you get rolled. You have sequence grade 1 versus grade 0, fully digested versus barely even started digesting this, okay? You're fucked. Simultaneously, a faint light flickered on the gemstone bracelet around Demoness of Brown's wrist, as though reflecting a starlight. The space in front, behind, and above, and to the right of Franca twisted in shadowy barriers, cutting off the ability to travel through the mirror world or evade in other ways. The only exit was to the left, where the tide of grey-white swept in a color that petrified all it touched. Even if Franca activated the mirror substitution, the space where she would reappear would be in the ocean, within the grey ocean. And Franca chuckled and flipped to another page of the post-apocalyptic scripture, and stepped into the space behind the mirror. Being unable to escape didn't mean she couldn't hide. The tide engulfed the parchment-bound of scripture, adding a thick layer of stone, but it failed to petrify the book. Seeing the Demoness of Green and Silver dead, with uncertain prospects of revival, unable to join the battle, the Demoness of Brown's heart filled with fear. News of the other battlefields wasn't comforting. Several Demonesses wielding grade 0 artifacts had been swiftly defeated. With thoughts of her lover weighing heavy on her heart, unwilling to lose her life entirely, seeing the situation was beyond recovery, she disregarded the Primordial's plans and activated the one of the bracelet's gemstone. Her body transformed into symbols and concepts, slipping into the astral world, wandering to her lover's hiding place. You didn't read what was on the fucking post-apocalyptic scripture, did you? It said you were gonna get lost in the spirit world and like get gnawed on by a creature or some shit. You're gonna get fucked. However, when she exited the astral world, what appeared before her was not the familiar scene she expected, but a dense fog of grey and white. She was lost. The next second, she saw a stream of crimson moonlight flowing through the fog and felt something inside her stomach that tore at her flesh and blood. Seeing the setting sun rooster had now only one head remaining and could not grow a new one for the time being, Yelena's eyes turned an iron black, reflecting the weakness on Alder's body. Fuck this, I'm not dying for this, but she is gonna die for it. She's gonna die. And she's not just gonna... It's an evil demoness. She deserves to die. "40 chapters left, guys." She avoided the weakness investigation on the brass book, knowing it was well beyond her. Amidst the investigation, the single remaining head on the rooster, perched on Yelena's shoulder, let out a sharp cry. The Alder immediately felt an invisible force pull his consciousness and spirit down, as though he was an irreversible sunset. His facial muscles twitched, forming a grim, hateful expression. Affected by the corrupted voice, he began to succumb to depravity. However, unlike the initial moment when the three heads of the rooster brought different influences, leaving him in a dangerous situation, Alder retained some room for maneuver. Depravity was a process, not an instant event. Having been a Sea King for years, Alder had accumulated substantially high-ranking experiences, helping him shape the temperament required of the sailor path known as the Tyrant. With a stern expression, he resisted the urge to be depraved and activated with great difficulty one of his powers. At this moment, Yelena had created several mirror projections, each possessing a certain degree of power, surrounding Alder. She was on the verge of completing her curse, a curse filled by the flames of destruction. Just then, a visible tornado spiraled into existence around Alder, with him at its eye, the vortex expanding in all directions. The sailor pathway's demigod-level ability, Hurricane. Yelena and her projections lost sight of the target. The demoness's curse lost its medium. Within the eye of the hurricane, Alder, holding the tyrant card to elevate his rank and a sense of oppression, used it to dictate the second rule of the brass book. This battlefield is a land of light, a domain of righteousness. All evil and depravity shall find no footing. The high-level application of the judgment pathway to enact laws and decrees, allowing multiple prohibitions. In an instant, the dark battlefield was illuminated by an unknown source of light. The head of the setting sun drooped lifelessly with a snap. Yelena also found herself unable to cast curses or dark magic. I would have thought a demoness would have just been burnt alive, because they would have been like, your very existence is evil. Her heart skipped a beat as she observed other battlefields through her projections. Without hesitation, she took a step back, preparing to traverse through the spirit world or through the mirror world. The moment she formed this intention, the hurricane shattered into streaks of lightning, bursting forth with a destructive, violent aura that engulfed the entire battlefield, transforming into a forest of thunderbolts, leading to inevitable destruction. Demoness. The word demon is in it. Alder left no choice for her to escape after releasing the storm, and now free of the influence of depravity. He broke into a sweat as he manifested the third rule on the book. At this stage, limited by his own rank, even with the support of the card, any rules he established must be deprived of the derivative of the first two. Yelena sketched a radiant smile. Suppressing the use of her mirror substitution, she allowed the lightning storm to shatter her body. She deliberately died this way, escaping the battlefield through mirror self. The demoness of an aging participating in this battle had not prudently left their mirror selves outside this region, rather than bringing them here in a battle involving so many grade 0 artifacts. A mirror self without a grade 0 artifact would be of little use and was better kept as a means of ensuring an escape. Yelena died painfully in the lightning storm, and the third rule in the brass book was completed. Depraved and evil entities shall be confiscated. Yelena's body was destroyed and evaporated, but the setting sun, Rooster, remained. After her body was destroyed, from within an eruption of countless silvery swords, the Demoness of Orange returned from annihilation, catching the Tamara ever-changing card and completing her resurrection. In the next moment, she and the Demoness of Gold felt a powerful suppression, weakening them in all aspects. Shouldn't I use the music that we played for Derek earlier? What do we use for Derek? I can't remember. The fairy tale one? No, what do we use for Derek? Godzilla? Shouldn't we use that one? Or were you playing something? I can't remember. But whatever. After her body was destroyed, in the next moment, she and the Demoness of Gold felt strong suppression. You can put the fairy tale one for Derek? Alright, sounds good. When the sun finally comprehended the core of his righteousness, the traits of the Justice Mentor were brought to bear. The Notary and Unshadowed abilities gained new manifestations at this level, enhancing actions aligning with core righteousness while weakening or nullifying those that contradicted. This time, the sun participated in this operation to help Lumion resolve the Demoness sect and enable the emergence of a new great existence. This was his justice, his light, his sun. He was putting everything to practice. Anything obstructing this was unjust. Immediately after, the sun used Madam Judgment as a medium to unleash another ability, Proof of Glory. Of the Proof of Glory, blinding light erupted from Madam Judgment, magnified by the Solomon Mask into a terrifying storm that shredded everything around it. But before that could happen, the Demoness of Gold, aided by the Eye of God, foresaw this and made her decision. Wisdom always followed her to make the right choice. With a crack, she used her mirror substitution. Influenced by her, the Demoness of Orange did the same. Ensuing hurricane of light swept through, devouring only 2 mirrors. With the hurricane of light subsided, the 2 demonesses wielding Grade 0 artifacts reappeared in a corner. The battle continued for a while, neither side able to achieve a decisive victory. But the Demoness of Gold transmitted a message to the Demoness of Orange. Change the battlefield to the kill zone. The kill zone. The Demoness of Orange was stunned, but understood her companion's intention. She directed the Tamara ever-changing card floating before her to shift in front of to shift its pattern. The new pattern depicting a grey-white backdrop filled with countless black snakes. As the scene unfolded, Derek and Gio felt the surroundings grow illusory, as though the transformation was imminent. At once, Derek channeled the power of Glory Crown into Madam Judgment. Gio stabbed the longsword down. Harsh, I literally can't tell, bro. I literally cannot tell if it's view botting or what's happening. Because the way it's moving feels like it's so unalgorithmic, but like it could be. I don't know. Because the numbers are obviously so high compared to people in chat. Obviously, we all know this. But, like, it's moving so unalgorithmically. It feels so unintuitive. I don't know. Like, look at this graph. Are you telling me this looks like something fucking, carefully calibrated? Like, not at all. Look at this. What is, like... Do you know what I mean? It's so weird. I'm sure it's that way intentionally to prevent detection. But who's doing it, though? No one else would give a fuck. Like, I'm not doing it because, one, I don't even know where to do that, and I sure as fuck ain't paying money for it. Fuck all that noise. The new pattern depicted a grey-white backdrop filled with countless black snakes. The scene unfolded. The sun and Geo felt the surroundings growing tense, increasingly illusory as their transformation was imminent. At once, the sun channeled the power of the glory crown into Geo, and she stabbed her sword downwards. Holy, resplendent light surged forth from the void, forming a sturdy spherical barrier that shielded the two of them. Simultaneously, Geo embedded the barrier with distorting power, redirecting the battlefield shift elsewhere, reasoning that it was unwise to passively follow the demoness's lead. What if that place turned out to be the divine kingdom of the primordial? If that were the case, even without her trap, they would be screwed. Since the primary objective was to support Lumin in devastating the demoness sect rather than to kill anyone specific, it was better to play it safe and regroup with victorious allies later. Moments later, the environment around them transformed. The light-form barrier wavered as though struck with the fiercest of storms, but firmly remaining rooted. The demoness of gold and orange, carrying their respective artifacts, shifted to the scene depicted on the tomorrow ever-changing card, and did not return to the mirror world or face Geo and the sun again. They had fled. The wielder of the Eye of God foresaw shifts in the situation and made the right choice. Demonesses of unaging are so hard to kill, Geo muttered. 3 demonesses escaped? 3? Within the special mirror world, Lumin slashed at the airborne cheek. Wait, what do you want me to switch to, Kami? Jujutsu? Lumin slashed at the primordial cheek with the Sword of Destruction, using Salinger's blood banner as a medium. The blade seemed to carry a hint of the river of eternal darkness. This is corruption, its flames restrained yet terrifying. Behind Lumin, his puppet army scattered, part moved to the primordial's back, part to above, and part flanked her sides. Blink. Each puppet could use Blink. With 001, Lumin could share powers amongst his team. The source of the Blink ability was a metallic puppet amongst them, imbued with the angel-level boon from Mr. Fool himself. A power that could only last 3 minutes once activated. The puppet raised a staff formed from starlight, causing the surrounding void around Cheek to warp, forming a cage to hinder her escape. Cheek smiled at the faint sight and clenched her fist. Once again, a vortex encompassing all colors and possibilities around her, though it seemed to lack the terror and oppression it had earlier. Although the demoness was no longer a true god, she still possessed a uniqueness. Her rank was undeniably real. We're on 11:39 now. This is what I mean. Like, we've been streaming for 2.5 hours, and we have 10 chapters to go. Like, this is gonna be a 4-hour stream at this point. I have been reading for 1 hour and 52 minutes, Bug. I've been reading for 2 hours, okay? Fuck off. At the edge of the battle, Amon observed that Cheek once again conjured a vortex of chaos, and a smirk curled across his lips. Raising both hands, he enveloped the entirety in the glow of redemption. Within the monocle's field of vision, a silvery river of fate corresponding to that region appeared, every tributary of fate occupied by chaos, leaving no possibilities. Amon abruptly brought his hands together and clasped them. He seemed like someone earnestly praying. Almost simultaneously, within that illusory river where the tributaries were about to merge and unify into a chaos, a new tributary emerged, representing another future. In this new tributary, chaos persisted but didn't destroy everything. The Angel of Redemption saving the future by creating something out of nothing. As the river of fate shifted towards this new tributary, Cheek had created abruptly erupted The chaotic vortex Cheek had created abruptly erupted with a sense of renewal before dissipating. Moments later, the vortex re-emerged from the area of renewal, once again disassembling and encompassing everything around it. It fell into a cycle, a loop of destruction and creation, confined to a small range, unable to obstruct Lumien's sword of destruction. Behind Cheek, one of the metallic puppets now wielded a massive scythe. The puppet swung its weapon towards the target, a boon from the goddess, an angel-level boon. To Cheek's right, another puppet transformed into a massive, featherless serpent, adorned with patches of white feathers and wings. A boon also from the goddess, and temporary angelic power with limited duration. On her left, another steel puppet grew to enormous size comparable to Lumien himself. A colossal sword of orange-red light that emanated the aura of approaching twilight and decay of all things. Evernight is goated. Came herself, gave 3 angel-level boons. What? The sword also slashed towards Cheek. In an instant, she seemed enveloped by twilight, frozen in the glow, her thoughts scattered and slowed, as if existing in a different world. Her attempt to destroy herself was delayed. Twilight had arrived, all while helping with the barrier. After these 3 metallic puppets delivered attacks at the demoness representing different authorities of the ending, they were each destroyed. Some lost their spirituality, some their life, and others corroded. They were disposable vessels for carrying those powers, illuminating solidified flames. She literally said, "My little cabbages, here are some pretty boons, okay?" The silent darkness, pale death, orange-red twilight, and Lumien's sword struck Cheek simultaneously. These parts of the forces intertwined, these mere angel-level powers tangled into a deep black point, absorbing all light, sound, and matter. The black dot prominently appeared on Cheek's skeletal body, collapsed her into it, along with all her substitutions. Elsewhere, within the special mirror world, Cheek's mirror self, a handsome man with blood-stained face, twisting in expressions before vanishing as if evaporating into air, or erased with an eraser. In various hidden places across the northern and southern continents, and within Cheek's divine kingdom established in the mirror world, one mirror after another was erased by an unknown power. Dude, the goddess is cooking! In the next second, Franca, Leonard, and the others, fresh from completing their battle in the depths of the mirror world, were struck with an inexplicable daze, almost forgetting who they were assisting Lumien against, and whom the demoness sect worshipped, or rather, had such a deity ever even existed? In the ruins of Trier, Demoness of Grey Judith and Demoness of Yellow Tissavica nearly forgot they had a true god ancestor. They felt the sect's deity must have been imagined, struggling to recall the title of primordial demoness and the name Cheek. That wasn't Evernight? But it said she was erased like an eraser. Isn't that the concealment thing? I thought that's always how concealment is written, no? We always write about concealment as like erased by an eraser or whatever. Read it again? Hold on. One mirror after another was erased by an unknown power. Is it... For some reason I think it's Adam. It could be Adam, because he's the one who can like influence people like this, right? Because he can like make people forget stuff, no? Okay, just tap, bro. I'm just gonna keep reading. If you guys are gonna, okay, it'll tell me. It's fine. These two experienced demonesses of catastrophe immediately created a large-scale calamity to prevent Madam Justice and Madam Magician from approaching. Then, without hesitation, began self-destruction. The deep black dot lasted only a few seconds before disintegrating and vanishing, incompatible with this universe. Incompatible with the universe? The primordial's uniqueness and two characteristics were not ejected as a result. Suddenly, Cheek re-emerged from the void. Unless all the mirrors in the world are destroyed, you cannot kill me. Do you truly believe you can defeat me before the wish's effects end? Do you wish to surrender? She was clearly stalling for time, and once Mr. Fool's wish expired, she would regain her status as a bona fide deity, potentially, even surpassing true gods. Lumin chuckled and tilted her head to glance at her face. Since I possess a part of you, how could I not understand your relationship with the mirror world? That strike earlier was just to dismantle your resurrection arrangements. As for now... Lumin's blue eyes, framed by Cheek's smile, grew vivid. A banner between his brows growing brighter. And Cheek realized something. At the same time, flames of constrained violence and destruction ignited in Lumin's gaze. Curse. A demoness's curse driven by the City of Calamity's power and the fire of destruction. Lumin cursed the Cheek face on the head growing from his shoulder. Both a part of him and a powerful link to the demoness, making it one of the best mediums. Thus Lumin was cursing both himself and Cheek. Behind him, two puppets had undergone transformations. One appearing to don an illusory black cloak, while the other wore unrealistically dark gloves. Since the demoness was fooling, loophole. Since the primordial was already equivalent to the mirror itself, to the mirror world itself, her demise dependent on the destruction of the inverse was also true. To curse the primordial was to curse all mirror worlds. Inevitably, Lumin's entire being ignited, flames of destruction bursting to annihilate him. This caused iron-black symbols etched skeleton on his body began to melt, the blood-soaked violent flames within him assimilating. Lumin's face twisted in pain, yet he displayed a reckless joy. He looked at Cheek and saw the peerless beauty, ignited by the flames. Cheek furrowed her brows, unable to suppress the sensation of life slipping away. The type of curse might have been manageable when she was a god, with her corresponding authorities, but now, as a king of angels, she was not much stronger than Lumin. As Cheek was engulfed in the flames, the special mirror world itself was set ablaze. All mirrors within the astral barrier succumbed to inferno, melting. Franca, Alger, and the others collected their spoils and fled to the real world. One by one, the mirrors Franca carried shattered. Rather than feeling alarmed, she was delighted. This was Lumin's fire. With the special mirror world, as the destructive black flame spread, Amon also smiled, and lifted the seal, and departing the soon-to-be-destroyed realm. Roselle, having been banished to the spirit world, was startled, then rejoiced, at last, no longer bound by the special mirror world, nor subject to its owner's commands. Within the fourth epoch Trier, destroyed, the corresponding seal was undone. She was free to leave the special mirror world and avoid perishing with it. Amidst the crackling sounds, Cheek looked at Lumin and said, "You're more ruthless than I expected, even cursing yourself to curse me." At this point, most of Lumin's body had been cursed by the flames of destruction, leaving only 3 heads unscathed. The face of the vortex resisting the encroachment of the flames, but only for a bit. We were destined to merge in the beginning. If you hadn't obtained 001 and Medici's characteristics, I wouldn't have come to meet you today. Medici cheek flew to Lumion. Our battle was merely over control. Now I admit, you are well suited to being a Lista. You win. I will merge with you. With you as the mid-dominant consciousness, after all. I'm not ambitious, I only wish to be half of the original creator. The lesser half. As she spoke, her body began to disintegrate, merging into the uniqueness and demonesque of Apocalypse characteristic that carried her self-awareness and spiritual imprint into Cheek's face on Lumin's shoulder. The process irreversible. At that moment, Cheek saw Lumin's face illuminated by the burning smile. Thank you. But it won't be long before I die, and you'll die with me. Hearing the latter part, Cheek's face froze. Seabug, she's not ambitious at all. She only wanted to be half of the entire universe, but like, you know, win some, lose some, you know. $40 chapters, guys. That's it. After a brief moment of frozen expression, Cheeks laughed. Fine, fine, let's die together. Everyone dies. The whole universe fucking dies. In that we're both incredibly beautiful, I agree with. Amidst the unrestrained laughter, the speed of Cheek's body disintegration accelerated. Lumion, still wearing his mocking smile, made no reply and observed her. As the echoes of her laughter resounded, she regressed into a cluster of characteristics, varying in size, encircling a statue of women. The statue naked, every detail intricately carved, exuding an extraordinary aura. Its face shifted, but always bore Cheek's visage. A crisp sound of yeah, Kami, let me just play the song whenever you want to switch, and then I'll stop this one and you're good. A crisp sound of shattering followed as the special mirror world, ablaze with destructions, collapsed. In the world of ruins, Franca and the others barely had time to react before feeling the earth trembling. Near and far. Where do I know this song? Mountains. Oh, that's why. Mountains erupted from the ground, spewing smoke and magma. In the sky, streaks of meteors blazed, crashing into various parts of the northern and southern continent. Their impacts triggered fierce explosions and churned up clouds of dust. In the fiery lands, snowstorms began to howl. Along the coast, hurricanes of unprecedented strength made landfalls one after another. Catastrophe of all kinds descended indiscriminately upon every unprotected corner of the earth. A true god in all but name had fallen. The throne of the primordial goddess was now vacant. Hidden within the protective layer of the Golori crown, Franca sighed in relief. From her traveler bag she retrieved a transparent crystal orb that displayed scenes of calamity, the characteristic of catastrophe, restructured after being shattered and filtered through the grey fog by Mr. Fool. Franca concocted a potion, swirling liquid reminiscent of the sky being before a storm, and gulped it down. Elsewhere, Madam Magician and Madam Justice witnessed the self-destruction of the Demoness of Grey and Demoness of Yellow, remarking on how hard they were to kill. If Mr. Fool had not occupied merging with the Celestial Worthy during his slumber, and if Gearman had not been preoccupied holding the astral barrier against the assaults of the Great Old Ones, Madam Magician may not have been able to ensure that at least one of the Demoness of Catastrophes did not escape. Using her power as a plane walker, she could recreate historical figures or summon projections of historical events. With these, she could have produced a temporary Gearman in reality, and with that, Mr. Fool may have descended. But alas, Mr. Fool could not descend directly. The recreated or summoned figure would only have a connection with Cipher Castle, carrying fate imprints of his rank and corruption, enough to affect saints that were not full-fledged angels. However, a complete mythical creature could sever the connection. In this context, had the demoness of grey or yellow attempted to escape into the mirror world, they would have been unable to evade a planewalker's pursuit or imprisonment. Yet they chose self-destruction. Magician had prepared a response intending to recreate an Angel of Time's halt, followed by a Mentor of Deceit's manipulation of rules and mystical connections to ensure the self-destruction extended to their true bodies. The plan carried a risk of failure. However, bolstered by the good luck, Madam Magician was confident in its success. But before she could even act, the primordial had fallen, ensuring disasters upon the two demonesses. Magician saw, just as smiled. I secretly planted a seed of spiritual plague within them. Given the twisted psyche of demonesses, they will undoubtedly suffer issues, perhaps even leading to their demise. Audrey used the term perhaps, as she wasn't sure if the demoness sect possessed a grade 1 artifact capable of curing it. On the other front, Suwa and Thierry successfully sought aid from the Chain God and escaped the entanglement of Ma'am Hermit, the Angel of the Holy Spirit, and the Angel of Time before the arrival of Magician and Justice, retreating in defeat. How long will Suwa live? How? This guy's a cockroach, bro. Not doing anything, but not dying. In the collapsing mirror world, Lumion. Chris. In the collapsing mirror world, Lumion, his face still bearing a mocking smile, gazed at the female statue and the two dark orbs containing the characteristics, yet he did not allow them to merge with Cheek's face on the shoulder, exerting all his strength to resist the pull of characteristic convergence. He held on to the flames of destruction, began consuming the original head, melting the Cheek and Tudor faces beside the vortex. Only then did the two remaining steel puppets take action. The face shared by Aurora and Jenna was not cursed like Cheek and only affected by Lumion's burning influence later. The steel puppets wearing dark gloves extended both hands, extracting the self-awareness and imprint of Cheek from the characteristics. The extraction, limited by the puppet's rank, was temporary and incapable of permanently possessing the entities. If suitable vessels were not found, the consciousness and imprints would return. At that moment, the other steel puppet, cloaked in an illusory mantle, extended his right hand and completed the grafting. Transferred the extracted self-awareness to the female statue, the uniqueness of the demoness pathway. As the strongest resonance for Cheek's awareness and spiritual imprint, the statue readily accepted them. Once this was done, the puppet succumbed to the collapse of the mirror world, and Lumion ceased his resistance and allowed the uniqueness to merge with the melting Cheek's face. Enduring the pain, Lumion smiled and plunged into 001, into the melting Tudor face, and then swallowed the two blood-soaked crowns. The now purified demoness of Apocalypse characteristics were guided into the blood-stained faces of Aurora and Jenna. At last, the three Sequence 1 characteristics and the uniqueness of the demoness pathway reunited within Lumion. Their aggression intensified, and Lumion's head, along with the fire of destruction, seemed to collapse into a singularity. Enduring the pain, Lumion smiled and plunged into 001 into Tudor's face. Wait, what? This is all just a repeat. The Red Priest pathway, Sequence 1 characteristics and uniqueness were gathered. Thunder rumbled as silver-white lightning struck parts of the world of ruin. Alger and Audrey looked to the skies, the projections of the moon and the stars ignited by the invisible, colorless flames brought light to the world. For a brief moment it was as if they had returned to 4th Epoch Trier, before the seal was broken. The sky composed of flames. The catastrophes grew, and Audrey noticed the oaks in the distance bending their branches. She saw Fours and Emlyn alternating between masculine and feminine forms, sometimes androgynous, sometimes normal. Coughing and fever afflicting these demigods, spreading a strange illness, forcing them to bow their heads. A surge of impulse arose within their hearts to track down and confront the demoness again. Amidst this chaos, cries of monsters filled simultaneously as Franco advanced towards becoming a demoness of catastrophe. She sensed fragments of her shattered form For shattered mirrors forming new domains, a mirror world was reborn. It was gone for like 6 seconds. Within the world of the ruins, patches of grey and chaos were consumed, leaving nothing behind. In the destroyed, then reborn special mirror world, Lumien's head rose as the body reformed. His right side, female, clad in a skeletal dress, while his left was female, draped in a blood-red robe. The right head bore the purified face of Aurora and Jenna, clean, brimming with spirituality, though their eyes remained shut. The left head featured Cheek's face, now less maternal and more alluring. The captivating smile, Tudor's face appearing sharper, with the blood-red flag on his forehead protruding. The face of the chaotic vortex continuing to absorb the fire of destruction. Lumien's own head grew more handsome, the longer, the hair, the color of blood. Beneath his left armpit and ribs, additional arms sprouted, holding a scorched banner on his right, matching arms extending, but empty-handed. A red priest and a chaos demoness reborn. As a god, some uniquenesses manifested as part of one's bodies or belongings, others hidden. In the next moment, Lumien raised his head and gazed at the moon. You're still at your critical stage of merging. This little interference, what can it achieve? Nothing before, nothing now. Lumien raised all 4 of his new hands. Invisible flames and chaotic vortex of endless possibilities surged to the crimson moon's projection. So right now, Lumien is probably stronger than Mr. Fool. I never thought I'd say that fucking sentence. That's crazy. The sky of the special mirror world was split in 2, half dyed crimson, the other a chaotic vortex. The 3 forces clashed violently. Suddenly all light vanished, as if something was voraciously absorbing it. Franca and the others in the world of the ruins had just recovered from their ailment and stabilized, then watched the flames above, the meteors across the sky, and the mountains spewing smoke and magma. But because he's still like kinda half sleeping, he would probably be at the level of the Fool right now, not a pillar level. Even if you give Fool plus like kind of control over Cipher Castle as well, even then dual pathway god is like still close. You lack faith, little one. Franca and the others. They were plunged into darkness, a darkness so profound nothing seemed capable of existing within. After what seemed like an eternity, the darkness receded. The moonlight once again illuminated the skies, the 5 oceans. Bright stars of various hues returning, the world of the ruins had restored. In the special mirror world, Lumien's eyes no longer reflected the crimson moon. He chuckled and lowered his newly grown 4 arms and grasped a handful of flames, compressing them into a mirror. Gazing into the mirror, he saw 2 figures standing back to back, one Aurora, the other Jenna. Both even more beautiful, their eyes open, but vacant and hollow, devoid of spirituality, remaining under Lumien's control. Lumien stared at them, and a smile curved his lips. Aurora and Jenna returning the smile. Behind them was Cheek. On Lumien's left shoulder, the face of Cheek smiled as well, about to speak. Suddenly, Lumien summoned the dark gold peculiar mask and pressed it onto the vortex face. Cheek's mouth opened, but no words came out, and a reflection in the mirror disappeared. He said, "Shut the fuck up, I'm enjoying the moment, idiot." Her face clearly showing dissatisfaction. Lumen cast his gaze around and found that the traveler bag had exchanged with Franca's, completely shattered in the destruction. Only 2 items remaining: the dark gold mask he had just used and the Demoness card. Lumen didn't keep any items in the bag because only the puppet soldier's mask and card of blasphemy could be used in such a battle. Lumen summoned the Demoness card to his hand and discovered that the previously obscured advancement ritual that was not obscured advancement ritual for becoming a god in the Demoness pathway was not revealed. Descend into the depths of the earth, find the chaos sea, endure a degree of its corruption while maintaining oneself, neither falling nor transforming. Quite considerate. The mention of Cipher must have been hidden in advance. Who would have thought that the advancement ritual for the pathway would involve the Cipher itself, would involve another Cipher entirely? Lumion mused, suspecting there was something off about this. The first blasphemy slate was formed from the corpse of the primordial god. Perhaps before dying, he altered the knowledge to make the Demoness ritual involve contact with it, facilitating his unique revival. As for the second slate, though it came from the ancient sun god, who could say it wasn't influenced by him? Chaos Sea abilities? Still, it makes sense for a Demoness who governs chaos to need prior contact with the Chaos Sea. To him, the ritual was unnecessary, yet it was essentially already filled. So the face sealed by the dark mask came from the primordial god Almighty. So you went mad during your ritual? Lumion tilted. She turned her face as if to say, when did I go mad? I've been fine. At this moment, the special mirror world stabilized, reflecting shades of grey-white, forming formless, colorless flames, ambiguous, enchanting atmosphere. It was evolving into Lumin's divine kingdom. For the Red Priest, a divine kingdom emerged from a deeper conceptualization of the concept of conquest. By completely conquering a land, kinged battlefield, or spatial area, it could be transformed into a Red Priest divine kingdom. Any living being entering the kingdom without the corresponding protection or rank would immediately become a soldier of the Red Priest. For the Demoness, the divine kingdom was closely tied to the mirror world. The Primordial had previously established her divine kingdom in a hidden corner of the mirror world. There, only females could exist. Even other true gods would acquire distinct female characteristics upon entry. Gazing upon what should not be seen would turn one to stone. Without protection, one would frequently encounter disasters tied to oneself. There, extreme pleasure would sporadically manifest, making one reluctant to leave. Lumen could not conquer the special mirror world, transforming it into a divine kingdom that satisfied the needs of both Red Priest and Chaos Demoness. Lumen surveyed his surroundings and allowed the scenes to reflect the special mirror world to change. They became Cordu, surrounded by the blue skies, white clouds, lush green lands, and at the village door stood Rue Anarchy, with Aurora's house built inside Auberge de Côte d'Or. After gazing, Lumion let the scene fade, smiling at and entering the astral world composed of concepts. That's cute. His 3 heads, 6-arm form nodded at Franca and Fours, who were looking at him and said, "Thank you all, the operation is concluded." Wait. 3 heads, 6 arms, was this not the giant that was described as in volume 1 that Lumion saw? Far into the distance in the fucking, or whatever? Thank you all. The operation is concluded. Let's head back to the protection zone. Alright. Trier. In the villa. Franca studied the clean, refreshed faces of Aurora and Jenna. It really seems like revival is possible, just one step away. Hearing this, Anthony cast a glance at Franca, and Lumion nodded. Sometimes it feels so fucking meaningless. Other times I can't help but hope for it. Hope is good. Very good, Franca replied. I am now a demoness of catastrophe, an angel. I'm allowed to know things now, right? Must you be so impatient? Stabilize yourself. Anyway, I need to report to Mr. Fool first. It's related to future actions, and when I return I will explain. Alright. Once Lumion ascended to the room, prepared for entering the grey fog, Franca turned to Anthony and said, Why'd you give me the look? It can't be because of my lure, right? It can't affect him. I was just reflecting on how your state is much better than I imagined, and how your resilience is extraordinary. I have to force myself to stay calm and optimistic, Franca said. He can be gloomy, he can lose control, but I can't. Although I fall to gloom most of the time, I must remain cheerful and optimistic, or there truly would be no hope. That's your humanity, Anthony remarked. I am glad Lumion and Jenna met you. I am glad to have you as a teammate. Why do I feel like you're giving me therapy? I've never hidden that. After all, I'm not charging you. Above the grey fog. After recounting the highlights of the battle, Lumion said, This time I've initiated the convergence. With the awareness and spirit of both Cheek and Tutor, I don't need much time to adapt before mastering the authorities. If things are critical with the Mother Goddess, I can conduct a deep secret deed ritual and astral travel with the City of Calamity now. But if there's no urgency, I'd like about a month to stabilize and strengthen. There is a month, Mr. Fool nodded. Your three-headed, six-armed form stems from a fundamental transformation. Even I cannot restore you to normal appearance, only concealing it with illusions. But once you stabilize and the apocalypse passes, I can use Wish and Fool to grant you a second form, allowing you to switch freely, turning your spatial three-headed six arms into a temporal one. Your three heads and corresponding bodies will each occupy different time segments of the day, living their own lives but still under your main consciousness. The biggest drawback is that you, Aurora, and Jenna will never be able to appear together or meet each other. Aww. Hearing Mr. Fool's words about the possibilities, Lumion felt a fleeting daze, as if the apocalypse could indeed end, and he may yet survive. Lumion didn't say anything pessimistic and simply listened, and understood. Mr. Fool wasn't making a promise or offering comfort, but expressing his own hope, giving his blessings. He genuinely wished for the apocalypse to end and Lumion to survive and to live a better life. At that point, your rank will no longer suit being a major arcana holder. This isn't the Rose Redemption. You and Franca but you can have Franca take your place as a major and draw a new card. Every major arcana card holder in the tarot club already has dual identities, many representing other factions. By the end, Mr. Fool's voice carried a hint of amusement. At some point, Lumion found himself and chuckled, All right, Mr. Fool. Then I shall convene an impromptu gathering now. Thank you all for your help. At the moment, I only possess the post-apocalyptic scripture as an angel-level item and can't provide compensation for you all, Lumion said. But if there's anything you need from me in the future, please let me know. Hearing the second half, Aldra was stunned. This was a promise worth more than any grade 0 artifact. The help of a dual sequence 0 true god. The help promised by a true god surpassed the value of any artifact known to man. Little did I know a tarot club member has turned into a god, Aldra thought. When the tarot club was first established, he harbored doubts, excitement, and fantasies, but never imagined something like this. In the brief silence that followed, just as Star and the others came to grips with the fact that Chariot was now a dual pathway god, poised to become a great existence. Not even the Rose Redemption had members of this caliber. Well, they kinda did though. The Rose Redemption had been a secret. Okay, I know what a fucking Rose Redemption is. Were they? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did Evernight not become? Did Evernight not become a tri-pathway god, poised to become a great existence? Was Sasrir not a member? Was Sasrir not the same as Adam? Is Adam not a great existence? Alger looked at the sun in judgment and smiled at Lumion. My spoils of war are my compensations. Besides, it was my duty. The help I provided was actually quite limited. This was true. Most of what they had done was of little significance in Lumion's battle against the Primordial. For saints wielding Grade Zero artifacts, directly intervening in such a contest would have been suicidal. Even true angels could barely contribute. In other words, those who truly aided Lumion were Magician and Justice, who intercepted the Demoness of Grey and Yellow, the Angel of Time, the Angel of Holy Spirit, and Ma'am Hermit, who held off Sua and Thierry. The goddess's divine descent, which delayed the Primordial long enough for Amon to finish stealing a wish, and Amon himself. To eliminate as many high-ranking demonesses was all the objective of the other major arcana holders, and to seize potential potent Grade Zero sealed artifacts, preventing them from defecting to the Mother Goddess of Depravity or succumbing to the Crimson Moon. To claim spoils of war now and grow stronger, although cruel, the reality was more angels and artifacts in protected zones, the more prepared they would be to confront anomalies. To assist Franca in bringing a catastrophe upon the Demoness sect, without such help, surviving alone would have been a great miracle for her. Alger believed Lumion's gratitude was primarily directed at the third option, hence he did not downplay his contributions, but merely clarified their scope, especially since Derek, Gio, and others and even more significant contributors like Justice, Magician, and Hermit had not yet received spoils of war. He couldn't speak for them. Derek nodded, finding and adhering to my core justice as compensation enough for me. Lumion did not argue and said, "Perhaps I can assist you with your ritual." Lumion had never personally seen the blasphemy slate or held the card of blasphemy of the sun. As a true god, he could intuitively sense the Sun Pathway's Sequence 2 Sun Chaser or Light Seeker ritual involved the sun in either a mystical or real sense. Derek was silent before choosing not to modestly decline. Lumion then turned to Sharon. "I made a promise to Nabor Disley, the former Farbauti. Once I fulfill it, I will ensure his abomination avatar perishes and transfer the characteristic to me. When the time comes, I would like to exchange that characteristic for the Calamity of Crimson in your possession." The Calamity of Crimson came from the consciousness of Cheek. Trading a Sequence 1 characteristic for a Grade 0 artifact corresponding to Sequence 2 was obviously unequal. But Sharon knew the abomination characteristic was a reward for her teacher, Raynette. The Sequence 2 ancient bane extracted from it would belong to her. The exchange was effectively an intermediary step. Sharon picked up a pen and wrote, "No problem." Lumion nodded. Once I obtain this Calamity of Crimson, I'd like to exchange it with the new City of Silver for the gift of the land. I may need it. The new City of Silver was always happy to get rid of the gift of the land, and now Lumion had provided them with an opportunity. Derek was tempted, but felt reluctant. Though it had brought great suffering to them, it was also what allowed them to endure the past 2,000 years of darkness and despair. Pain had long intertwined with the continuation of their bloodline, making it difficult to separate the two, and Lumion did not rush him. Waiting for the son to make his decision, after a while, Derek looked at Mr. Fool for guidance, and Mr. Fool gently nodded. "All right," Derek said. "Once I have used the gift of the land, its issues may be resolved. At that point, I'll give it to you." He shifted to Madam Justice. Audrey did not refuse, nodding before tilting her head. "If you need it, I can lend it to you," she said to Madam Magician, referring to Magician's plan to relocate the entirety of the Abraham family and many humans to a possibly more remote planet at the edge of the universe if the apocalypse arrived. The gift of the land could effectively terraform the environment and provide sustenance. "All right," Madam Magician said. Lumion then said, I will open all special mirror worlds inhabited by sentient beings. You can travel there and help spread my teachings. The more anchors I have, the better for upcoming endeavors, the better." Magician understood and nodded. This was an opportunity for her to travel and counted as a form of compensation. This is so funny. Lumion is literally saying, Lumion is so smart, but also such a cheapo bastard. He's like, "So, I'm going to give this to you. You're going to give this to me. I'm going to give this. I'm going to give this to you. This is your compensation. You're going to give this to me. I'm going to take this. This is your compensation. You're going to give this to me. I'm going to use this to gift it to you. This is your compensation." And then he's literally he's taking basically one thing that he had and using it to pay off 9 different people and just like, hey, like basically almost all of this the Tarot Club could do without Lumion. Most of it is literally saying, "Sharon, you're gonna give me this thing. It's gonna be like moved around. Then I'm gonna give it to Derek. Derek, you're gonna give me this thing. I'm gonna give it to Audrey. Audrey, you're gonna give me this thing. I'm gonna give it to Forrest." Like, bro, all of this can be done without you, little bro. You didn't do anything. He's literally acting like the fucking broker society or whatever. You know, he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna match you all up. Okay, I got some good plans." It's like, brother, we've been in this organization way longer than your ass, so we don't need you. Chill. You're acting like you're doing shit here. Motherfucker. You learn from Amon. Never thought I'd come rely on his help for potion digestion one day, Forrest chuckled. "Okay, what is your current honorific name?" "The symbol of war and apocalypse, the demoness willed in chaos, the many-faced one who offers sacrifices to calamity, and the ruler of the mirror world." A true dual pathway god. Lumion looked at Ma'am Hermit and said, "I will assist Queen Mystic in completing her digestion of the sage potion and help you digest as much as possible." A sage always opposed disaster and calamity, and the individual sitting diagonally opposite represented the both. No one better than Lumion to aid in digestion. Lumion then addressed Mr. Starr. "Tell Palaz that I owe him one." "I owe you as well." Or the post-apocalyptic scripture. "I owe you one as well." Or the post-apocalyptic scripture. He turned to Madam Judgment. "All right," said Mr. Starr. Under these circumstances, Gio, known for her group-mindedness and adherence, found it hard to refuse, and chose the favor as compensation. Lumion then looked at Magician again. "I'd like to borrow the box to the Great Old Ones for a bit. Perhaps I can resolve the 3rd-level dangers for the Abraham family and replace it with an equivalent but more manageable one. If I don't, I'll just return it as is." "No problem," Magician said. Lumion leaned back and saying no more. Gio then looked at Leonard and said, "Can I borrow the Solomon mask for the Justiciar Pathway Grid Zero artifact?" "You're not switching to the Black Emperor?" Leonard asked. Switching pathways could grant more unique, hybrid, bizarre powers, though the ritual may have hidden requirements and associated risks. Theoretically, such individuals were harder to deal with than one of the same pathway. If there is no option, I will switch, but as long as there is, I would like to continue on my path. I will personally aspire to establish order that aligns with the morality of the times and devote myself to maintaining order. Once order becomes rigid, it will fall into the shadow. "I'm willing to make the trade," Leonard said. Thoughts on updated honorific name? Kinda basic, but fine. Very safe. Yeah. Oh my god. To him, the Solomon Mask and the Pillar of Severity were essentially equivalent items. traded for the Sequence 2 Servant of Concealment of the Darkness pathway. If there wasn't an option for the Servant of Concealment, he was already prepared to switch to Sequence 2 of the Death pathway, or the Giant pathway. Mr. Fool then turned to Alger and said, the Book of Calamity task cannot currently be completed due to the premature descent of the Crimson Moon. You will need to wait until the moment the apocalypse arrives. If you do not wish to wait and prefer to ascend to angelhood, I can help you by using the setting sun rooster to switch from the sun, White Tower, or Tyrant pathway. The Sequence 2 characteristic of the Reader and Tyrant pathway might no longer exist with their respective churches, but could be found as artifacts in other churches. The Sun pathway Sequence 2 characteristic was relatively more abundant, partly due to the fall of EBS and partly because not every Sequence 3 fulfilled the conditions for advancement. In the past few months, Saint Viev and Saint Latique, two senior Sun Chasers, had advanced after Mr. Fool returned two Sequence 1 characteristics. You can also consider switching to Secret Suppliant, or Secret Supplicant. No, Secret Suppliant, this is wrong. The setting sun, originating from the fall of the ancient sun god, carries the Sequence 2 a profane presbyter tainted by the sun power. I can purify the corruption. Take your time to consider. Hold on. It might be kind of peak to have a angel of the fucking Secret Suppliant pathway might be kind of goat in the Tarot Club. That might be goated and woated with the sauce, though. Mr. Fool. I would like to become a profane presbyter! Let's go! Derek looked at Alder in astonishment. And he's named the Hanged Man! Of course! The Sun was astonished by Alder's choice, baffled, believing that the White Tower was the Tyrant pathway would suit Alder so much better. The pathway is more adaptable, Alder said, in actual combat and better suited to handling various situations. By choosing this, my Hanged Man card becomes even more fitting. Perhaps this is the one fate always bestowed upon me. Madam Magician then said, the Hanged Man represents downfall, selfishness, as well as endurance, sacrifice, and dedication. After the gathering, I will provide the ritual. Once you are prepared, pray to me and shatter the characteristic and purify the corruption, and supply the supplementary ingredients. Yes, Mr. Fool. As the current sea god and legendary adventurer perpetually roaming the sea, Alger had long digested his Sea King potion. Lumion then straightened his back and said, Mr. Fool, I will supply the supplementary ingredients. Just provide me with the corresponding knowledge, and I can envision them out of thin air. He wasn't sure if Mr. Fool had access to the ingredients for the profane presbyter, or could summon them from the historical fog, so he offered to handle it. Very well, Mr. Fool said. Eh? What does he mean I can envision them out of thin air? Is it the Chaos Sea bullshit that he's referring to? But will that work? Like, won't they just go away after a while and then it'll like fuck up their balance? After this, Emlyn spoke. Your potions are either fully digested, were digested during this operation, or you found ways to expedite digestion. But my high summoner is still lacking. Advancing quickly will require risks. Any suggestions? Lumion said, that's quite simple. After the gathering, set up a ritual and summon me. What? Emlyn was stunned and realized, he's a dual pathway true god. If a high summoner could complete such a high-level summoning, their potion would be instantly digested. Thank you, Emlyn said. After the exchanges, Mr. Fool tapped the edge of the table. No, Kami, you idiot. Read the past, bro. Just, wait, what do you mean, see? Chris, I thought you were trying to convince Uth that... Roselle was dead, no? Oh, whatever. I don't know. Once the major arcana holders turned their attention to Mr. Fool, he said this operation was a success. Though many high-ranking demonesses were not truly killed, the destruction and reformation of the mirror world left their numbers dwindling. Their relics may be inherited by the demoness of Cyan Trio, but they'll no longer impact future developments. The final moment approaches. We have about a month to make all our preparations. Make the most of it. I hope, after the apocalypse, no one shall be absent from our next gathering. Yes, Mr. Fool. Returning to the real world, Lumen descended the stairs and said, "Where's Anthony?" "In the kitchen, helping Ludwig," Franca said. "You can tell me if the great existences now, right?" Lumen briefly explained great old dominators, such as the Mother Goddess of Depravity, COI, above the sequences and their goals and such. "Isn't the number of great existences too many?" Franca muttered. "And they're insane." She now had a deeper understanding of the risk Cheek had taken with her plan, and she failed. If she had failed, she would have dragged the entire planet, perhaps the universe, with her. Lumen sneered and shifted the topic to other knowledge of above the sequences, and after listening, Franca sighed. "So we had our spirit bodies extracted and hung up in Cipher Castle, avoiding the end of the world when the oldest one awoke, as well as the latter struggles between God Almighty and Celestial Worthy. Most of the Research Society have no idea the truth of the northern and southern continents have already been destroyed. It's probably for the best, though. The Research Society members had mostly survived the disaster because the Aurora Order believed and shielded them. This was because Franca had complicated feelings about that individual. She knew that Jenna's death and Lumen's ordeal were connected to him, yet he did protect the world, including her friends. Thus, she had never brought up the idea of revenge, not because she wasn't resentful, but because she couldn't voice it. And when she heard Lumen punched him, she felt a little happy. "If we survive the apocalypse, I want to travel to the western continent and live there for a while," Franca said. She then invited Lumion, Aurora, and Jenna. "Would you like to come along? I'll explain and introduce everything to you. I can be your guide." Aurora can explain and introduce things too. "Deal," Franca said. She found Pinky promises too childish, and so gave Lumen a high five, and at that moment, Ludwig entered. "What are you doing here?" Franca asked. "Haven't you finished your meal?" "I called him here," Lumen said. "Is it meal time?" For the past time, Lumen had used unique abilities to take Ludwig out of protected zone daily to feast on the oceans of the world of the ruin, and as Franca accompanied Lumen to the ruins to let him loose and vent his madness. Seeing Ludwig look at him, Lumen retrieved an item from his kingdom. The box of the great old ones. Hey? Hey? A 4-hour stream, bro. You know what? Let me just run to the washroom really quickly. I'll be right back, okay? See? You guys keep talking about Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair. I don't even know who you're talking about. No such thing. As soon as LEMMiNO took out the box, Franca felt an inexplicable chill, as if the environment around her had gone through a change. Ever since becoming a demoness of catastrophe, her intuition had grown much sharper. The head on LEMMiNO's left shoulder turned, and Alista now faced looking at the box. Box of the Great Old One? Franca asked. Although she hadn't participated in the Major Arcana Holder gathering, she had been briefed in advance about which items to avoid. The box was amongst them. LEMMiNO nodded and said, I felt it was fated with Ludwig, so I borrowed it. The phrase fated was something he had picked up in the Dream City. Fated with Ludwig? Franca turned to glance at Ludwig, who was dressed in a formal children's attire. The boy stared blankly at the box, as though lost in a dream. Can you sense what's inside? LEMMiNO asked. Almost instantly, Ludwig extended his hand to the opposite side of the third layer of the box. Almost instantly, Franca's ears filled with bizarre sounds of chewing, swallowing, and digesting. It's... Ludwig stammered. It's the power of primordial hunger. Primordial hunger, one of the great old dominators. Looking around, she realized they had been teleported to LEMMiNO's divine kingdom to prevent the primordial hunger from leveraging the connection formed between their discussion to destabilize the zone. What would happen if I opened this layer? LEMMiNO asked. It might devour everything around us, or it may start by consuming our subconsciousness and deepest parts of our island of consciousness, eating emotions, memories, spirits, consciousness, blood, flesh, day, night, good, evil, disaster, continuing until the parts of the world's fundamental rules were gone, destabilizing reality and dissolving the barrier. Makes sense. Your pathway eventually leads to devouring rules, concepts, authorities, and even symbols. Can you devour the dangers in the box? What? How could I? Ludwig blurted out, terrified. His words seemed to imply that it was not only impossible, but it would be an act of blasphemy. That doesn't make it. How is primordial hunger turning people into toys? Eating their consciousness? Eating their maturity, turning them into... Eating their sense of self, leaving them with only like ability to like do a limited set of things that he didn't eat away, if that makes sense. Like if I don't know, it's hard to explain, but like theoretically, if you just say hunger is just the ability to devour, and you can devour anything, including concepts and ideas and memories and thoughts and functionalities, then you can technically do anything, right? Because the conceptualization is so vague at that point. It's just like, it's like the power of fucking omniscience, damn near. All the great old ones basically have the power of omniscience. Like, really. Kami, because I felt like it, okay? After a few seconds, LEMMiNO spoke. The core of your pathway is devouring and digesting. Devouring the external world, not the goal. Even consuming rules, authorities, and symbols, not the end. Devouring yourself, your father, the god you worship, is the ultimate fate, the pinnacle of hunger. Perhaps that's the reason he created you. Isn't that a bit extreme? Ludwig showed a clarity that suggested he had received some moral education. Good kid, showing some humanity, Franca thought. So I'm only asking you to devour the hidden dangers in the box, not if you can devour your father. In the current circumstance, strengthening yourself as much as possible is a good thing, right? Ludwig opened his mouth as if to speak, but closed it again. Lord. Not yet. I need to recover to my original level and receive help from another great existence. So even just devouring it temporarily, storing it without digesting or absorbing, requires the help of a great old dominator? Yes, Ludwig said. Then we'll wait, LEMMiNO pondered before saying. He extended one of his hands holding the red priest uniqueness along with one of the beautiful hands that had grown on his right side towards Ludwig. Although the uniqueness still retained the form of a charred flag, it wouldn't cause those who witnessed it to go crazy anymore, as it was under LEMMiNO's control. You can pick which one to devour, LEMMiNO said. Can I eat this? Ludwig froze. Franka realized he was letting Ludwig devour a part of his body to allow Ludwig to gain the separated sequence 2 beyond a characteristic, thus recover his original level, freeing him from the seal of the God of Knowledge. LEMMiNO had 3 extra characteristics, a Weather Warlock and 2 Demoness of Catastrophe. Of course, I'm your godfather, LEMMiNO said. Ludwig looked left and right, then said, That one, pointing to the Weather Warlock characteristic. Very well. Ludwig leaned in and bit down on the hand. Gnawing and chewed filling sound filled the room. Wouldn't it be easier to just separate the characteristic? She looked at the tutor face on LEMMiNO's shoulder and noticing the faint expression of discomfort, expressing the characteristics belonging to Alista, letting Ludwig devour it to hurt tutor. As Ludwig finished off gnawing LEMMiNO's hand, leaving it exposed, dripping with blood, Ludwig leaned back, looking like he wanted more. The skin on his face and the body on the verge of tearing apart, as though something massive inside him was about to burst through. The seal of the God of Knowledge could no longer hold him back. LEMMiNO smiled and said to Franka, I'll separate the 2 Demoness of Catastrophe characteristics later to balance my body better. Wouldn't you only want to separate 1 right now? Because you'd only want... No, he would want... No, he would only... No, 2 excess, sorry, 2 excess. Yeah, so then, then he'd take out both, yeah. The Sick Church will also need a Greatsword artifact. Oh, and the name Sick Church will have to change. Good, Franka realized. LEMMiNO studied Ludwig and said, what's your plan going forward? If I don't get devoured during the apocalypse, I want to remain a child, grow up, grow old, and experience the life of a human, and then compare. So you've returned to an angel level now, haven't you? What's the name of your sequence? In your language, it is called the Angel of Devouring. Angel of Devouring? What powers does it have? Franka asked. The core ability is to devour the rules of a specific area and allow certain shallow level concepts. There are limits. Devour rules? How does that work? Before Ludwig could respond, LEMMiNO reverted the scene back to the protected zone. Ludwig looked at the sunlight streaming in the well-lit room. I thought you swallowed up the entire area, including us into your stomach, Franka joked. I could, but at my current level, I can't directly swallow areas or physical targets. I need to create a vortex in my mouth and pull you in, but you could resist. So what are you devouring right now? Franka asked. It's the rule of sunlight illumination. Even if a Beyonder creates sunlight, until the rule is restored, the sunlight won't function. Can you spit out the rule? So when something is devoured, it is gone, Ludwig said. Didn't you say couldn't the sunlight restored to the room? Didn't you say couldn't be restored? It's not that the rule was restored. I created a new rule similar to the original. So devouring a rule allows you to use it? Only once. Repeatedly, I need to devour the source power that created it. And how does devouring shallow concepts work? Franca followed Ludwig's gaze and noticed the chandelier's faint gold frame turning pitch black and dull. Did he devour the concept of gold? Can the concept of gold recover on its own? Depends how it's devoured. One method allows for recovery while the other does not. Which method did you use? The second one. Lumin chuckled, and with a snap, all the golden hues were restored. She remembered that this wasn't the world of the ruins, not the real world. Even Frank Lee's thoughts could affect the sailors and the surroundings, let alone Lumion, who partially wielded the power of a visionary. Let me try next time, she said. What's the name of a sequence 1 and 0? 1 is called Chaos Gastric Juices, and 0... I saw a term that befitting it in the Dream City. Gluttony. Or the Self-Devourer, or Tail Devourer. Tail Devourer represents a cycle rather than literally devouring oneself, so let's go with Gluttony. Prefix with the primordial always seems to have some connection to chaos. You can go back to the kitchen and continue eating. When the time is right, we'll open the third layer of the box. Ludwig sighed in relief and returned to the kitchen. What are the abilities and effects of this artifact? Franca asked. The first layer swaps the internal space of the target area, rapidly turning whatever is placed into the box into toys. The second layer records various scenes and allows the user to add new ones. When opened, the holder and all living beings are transported to a specific location. The hidden danger of the teleportation is randomness. It only works as intended a small fraction of the time. Most of the time, it changes unpredictably. Furthermore, the good luck given by the post-apocalyptic scripture can't influence it. Or, more precisely, sequence 1 or lower good fortunes cannot influence it. As for the third level, you heard. Good luck from anything below sequence 0 barely does anything? Then how did Madame Temperance accurately teleport? Mr. Fool? Franca was interested in her former superior, Clarice. During their return to the protected zone, she heard Temperance mention her fate. She knew the Demoness of Black had been teleported to the underworld by the box and perished there. Of course, reviving through a dormant mirror was still possible, but a process that took time. When the mirror world completely collapsed and the mirror shattered, dormant mirrors would also have shattered, unless they were in an exceptional place. Based on this, Franca believed Clarice had died, aligning closely with what Lumin had relayed to Mr. Fool. As Lumin sealed the box of the Great Old One, he said to Franca, "Give me a dormant mirror to keep it in the Divine Kingdom. In the future, as long as you're not killed by a few special abilities, you can always revive." "Alright, I'll fetch one later, or make one," Franca agreed. Of course, she didn't carry dormant mirrors on person. They were hidden in places like the nation of Evernight. After becoming a demoness of catastrophe, she could now make 3 more. "Where are you going?" Franca asked. "Helping Mr. Moon digest his potion. He's about to summon me, I think." "Sounds fun. Once I've made a new mirror, I'll visit my only subordinate and let her know the demoness sect is finished." Oh yeah, can you imagine? She has to tell someone who's like a low ranker in the demoness sect, "Hey, I killed the demoness sect. I killed our god. I killed our high rankers." Emlyn set up a ritual, feeling a little confused. Originally, he had only intended to enhance the digestion of his potion by summoning a high-level existence to ensure the effect, planning to summon a few counts under his command. However, the Sanguine had taken this matter exceptionally seriously, asking him to conduct the summoning in front of the Duke Olmer. What was this? Why was such a small affair suddenly so grand? But Emlyn understood. All the dukes were too old, their bodies failing, and leaving their coffins for a long time was not an option. Other marquises were either similarly aged or weakened or lacked sufficient protection, making them vulnerable to losing control during the Crimson Moon's influence. Thus, Emlyn had become the Sanguine's hope, the marquis most likely to ascend to angelhood. No amount of importance attached to him was excessive. Did I ever tell them who I'm summoning? I think I only mentioned that I'm summoning a high-ranking existence. Emlyn pondered over this as he arranged the altar, the upcoming summoning likely to be one of the rarest in the history of mysticism. Of course, this wasn't his first high-ranking summoning. If the projection of Gehrman had summoned in the dream had been complete, his potion would have been digested ages ago. Before long, Emlyn finished the altar and turned to the tomb of the Duke Olmer and the surrounding marquee and said, "I am about to begin the summoning." "Begin," Duke Olmer spoke. "I summon in my name." He stretched out his hands. "The demoness wielding chaos, the many-faced one who offers sacrifice to Calamity, the ruler of the mirror world." Avoiding the honorific name symbol of war and apocalypse. As summoning a true god, it only required 3 sentences. And the apocalypse aspect was particularly unwelcome for the frail Duke Olmer. Hearing that name uttered, everyone displayed puzzled expressions. Isn't the first line associated to the demoness? Who the hell is the other 2? Did something happen in the world of the ruins? Did the name of the primordial change? Is he summoning a true god? Isn't the primordial barred from entering the protected zone? How has he bewitched her into being summoned here? Everyone was alarmed and wary and about to recite the honorific name of true gods for protection, when the door of summoning swung open. Beyond the door lay a profound darkness. 6 massive hands emerged from within, gripping the door frame. Some beautiful and intricate, others robust with clearly defined joints exuding a masculine strength. Some beings stared blankly at the pristine hands, their minds conjuring visions of the overwhelming beauty of the owner. Others felt as though the bronzed hands were pressing down on their heads from above, causing them to bow. Around the Duke's tomb, the grass, grains, flowers, and insects all turned to the door of summoning and prostrated. Finally, the hands pushed the door open as far as it would go and the figure emerged. Everyone saw themselves appearing as they had in their youth, their mirror reflections, both the present and the past. They saw the ideal lover they had envisioned in their hearts, the most captivating member of the opposite sex. They all became entranced. It was unclear how much time had passed before they managed to regain a semblance of awareness. They found the summoning ritual had long concluded, and the flames had shrunk. Emlyn examined himself and unsurprisingly confirmed he had digested his potion. "Who the fuck was that?" Omer asked. "An existence who has just ascended to a dual pathway, true god," Emlyn smiled. Trier, Quartier de la Maison d'Opera. Nicaea, with her hair curled up and pinned, sat at the rocking chair in her apartment. Since the night of the Crimson Moon appearance, she had found little to do with herself. Most of the core members of the Emperor party arrested or purged, including her lover. Her superior, Franca, hadn't assigned her any tasks, and merely instructing her to monitor. With so much time, she had focused on digesting her pleasure potion, flitting like a butterfly amongst her lovers, even orchestrating situations where, despite knowing each other, they endured the pain of rivalry and pretended ignorance, unwilling to leave her. This had led to the completion of her potion last month, or digestion of her potion last month, but her superior had not given her anything for the next. Must I make contributions? But there hasn't been anything. Also, why do my mirrors shatter? Something is wrong, Nicaea thought. As these thoughts crossed, she noticed that the glass window now cracked, and the image of Franca stepping out. Nicaea didn't immediately rise to greet her superior, felt dazed, striking by the overwhelming beauty. "Good afternoon, madam," she finally snapped out. "Good afternoon. Madam, have you advanced again? I am now an angel." Angel? She recalled that when she had first been assigned to Madame Franca, she had been a sequence 5. Now she had only advanced 1 rank, but Franca had become an angel. Could it be that advancing through the demigod was easier than advancing through the lower realms? But that's impossible! It hadn't been long, but now I'm a demoness of catastrophe, but I'd rather return to the days when I was just a demoness of affliction. Franca felt a tinge of sentimentality. As a demoness of catastrophe, Franca's core ability now resolved around catastrophes, both encompassing natural and man-made ones. Franca turned to Nicaea, who just regained control of her expression, and said, "I'm here today to tell you something. The primordial demoness has perished. Of the high-ranking colored demonesses, fewer than 5 survived. The demoness sect effectively annihilated." What? What about us? About other demonesses? Sorry, I'm just adding something to my notes. We have nothing to worry about, Franca smiled. I was one of the few who destroyed the demoness sect. What? Franca was stunned. Nicaea was stunned, but also unsurprised. Franca is a saint of the Church of the Fool, after all. But if I know this, won't the demoness of Black and the others know? Is there anything I should do? Nicaea asked. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm adding to my notes, Chris. A month from now, I will have something for you to do. For now, rest and adjust your state. Oh, and the honorific name of the primordial can still be used, but now we'll point at the one I currently follow. Who's that? Madam, may I make my own arrangements for the next month? Yes, go on dates, bask in the sun, take walks along the river, watch operas, read books, do what you wish. I do not care. In short, I wish you joy, Franca said. As her voice echoed, she disappeared from the interplay of light, and Nicaea stared blankly where Franca just stood. I think I called it earlier when I said it would be a 4-hour stream, and we are literally on pace to do perfectly that. New City of Silver. Derek picked up the prepared Lightseeker potion, gazing at the liquid that seemed to intertwine with pure beams of sunlight. In an instant, it felt as though he approached the true sun, his entire body igniting. Derek did not retreat, continuing to run to the light. His body melted like heat, metal, dripping liquid, softening, then flowing to the ground. His bones melted, his organs, even his spirit and consciousness. But he never stopped, supported by the justice in his core, struggling, writhing forward. At this moment, he seemed to return to the forsaken land of the gods, to the days when he ventured in the Ormir's court with Chief Colin Iliad and Gehrman. But unlike them, the surroundings were not cloaked in darkness, but by the crimson moonlight, dragging his body and soul. Fueled by the belief that abandoning everything for the light, Derek continued his pursuit with difficulty. The light grew closer and his spirit merged with the burning heat. Finally, he saw a pair of grand double doors, sensing the light and sun he longed for. His consciousness collided with the doors, pushing them open. A sea of golden light entered Derek's vision. A sun of intertwining blazing white and gold steadily rose. Derek smiled and stopped, sensing his spirit, soul, and body flowing back together. The doors he saw became illusory and the sun lost its color and form, revealing its true nature, a slowly rotating chaotic vortex face. Everything is the fucking chaos sea, Jesus. Lumen placed the dark golden peculiar mask onto the center of his left shoulder head, covering the face with its starlit glow. He had come to the City of Silver to fulfill his promise of helping Derek advance. The ritual of the Lightseeker potion required finding an item with at least the rank of an angel and close connection to the mysticism of the sun, bound to be the Beyonder. This item had to be bound to the Beyonder most critical and justice-related memory, then placed in front of them, serving as a beacon for those consuming the potion, providing a connection that would be the last to melt, helping them maintain direction. For this, the binding memory and item was accomplished by Mr. Fool's crafting. The item was Lumien's chaotic vortex face. Association with the Chaos Sea made it deeply connected to the sun, of course. After stabilizing, Derek spoke. "Thank you." Lumien glanced around and said, "I'd like to borrow a room." Of course," Derek agreed. He helped Lumien find a quiet scripture-reading room in the headquarters. Lumien sat down, raised his left hand, and pressed it onto the mask. The shadow squirmed. Lumien then said, plunging to the depths of his shadow and the corrupted parts of his nature, and said, "Mr. Nabor Disley, I'm ready to meet you now." The sound sank into the abyss, reverberating. Lumien did not need to unseal or remove the mask to employ the abilities of the Visionary and the Hangman at this level. Not long after, a dark, sinister liquid seemed to churn and surge within his shadow, and Nabor Disley emerged. "Good afternoon. Are you preparing for the secret deed with the City of Calamity? I still need a week or two before strengthening the balance of my body. You don't want me to explode, do I? Then why did you seek me? I want you to give me that portion of the characteristic in advance, or we may not have time to handle it when the time comes. We must prepare for unforeseen events." "But you haven't fulfilled your side of the deal." "I am not the celestial worthy. Have I ever broken a promise?" "Probably. Besides, helping you is also helping myself. I have no reason not to fulfill it. At worst, if I fail to accommodate it, your attempt will fail indirectly, but in that case, we all die anyway, including your avatar. Keeping it's rather fucking meaningless." Nabor Disley remained silent. He had always been prone to interpreting others' intentions with malice. After all, he was the embodiment of malice itself. Can you guys hear my voice getting more and more raspier? I feel like I'm not crazy, right? If you're still worried, you can plant a spiritual mark in my consciousness and spirit. I don't mind living with it for a week or two. The only problem is it may backfire and corrupt you. You know what's inside me. But you can erase the mark before the secret deed ritual. Nabor Disley hesitated. Why not draft a notarized contract while we're at it? I'll have Mr. Fool witness it. No need. I trust you. You can have my avatar come over now. The mark can wait until the bond with the City of Calamity. Deal. Not as bad as the other goal. Dude, the way Dara talks like on a regular basis is like scary. Like, she should really like. There's no way that's healthy. There's something clearly. Her voice gets so raspy all the time. Like. Maybe one thing if she was reading like 19 chapters, like, okay, there's a lot of reading. And I was talking during the day too, because it was a fucking really busy day, so I had to fucking talk to clients. Is my camera bugging? What? Hey? After the last Dream Festival, we made many preparations to guard the tomb and deal with the angels of the Rose School of Thought and the Devil families, all for the Dream Festival, but none of it came to play. The arrival of the Crimson Moon turned the world to ruin, making it impossible to hold that festival again. That is precisely why I want you to hand over the characteristic. Our enemies won't sit idly while we prepare. They won't wait for us to complete everything before the apocalypse. What little time remains, we must finish everything that we need to do. Waiting for perfect time is futile. The future is full of uncertainties. Though I doubt your motives, my rational mind tells me this is necessary. Nabor Disley smiled. As he spoke, he removed the golden mask derived from Salinger. The gold covering his body fell away, landing with metallic thuds. Is this the abomination mythical creature form? Lumien asked, as he turned into a grotesquely shaped grotesque tree-like shape coated with black viscous liquid. The mythical creature form for the chain pathway is actually invisible, intangible, a collection of curses. What you saw as a mythical creature form was essentially the vessel that carries this aggregate, or no, not carries. Using terms like binds and fixes is more accurate. So the outward manifestation of the form of this pathway depends on one's own self-awareness and choices made during the advancement of Sequence 4 Puppet and Sequence 2 Ancient Bane. These bases bind and stabilize the various curses resulting from the disassembly process. Are embalmed mummies at the demigod level? Lumion asked. Yes, that is what type of anchor. Not strictly necessary to use a demigod level mummy. Any item with a similar function and rank will do. The Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction temporarily uses mummies for their advancement, a practice tied to the imagery and history of Tolsna, and has even influenced the burial customs of the Highland Kingdom. Similarly, the advancement to Ancient Bane requires finding an ancient evil item capable of bearing angelic powers. The item becomes the core of the mythical creature form. Born mythical creatures like Suwa and Thierry, who have not completed the sequence advancements, are essentially amplifications of their beyonder characteristics. Now we're discussed a few more concepts before leaving. Shortly after, Raynette appeared in the room. These sensed the convergence and followed their spirit to investigate. Raynette and Sharon appeared. Our deal can move forward, Lumion said. Sharon nodded, allowing the crimson-stained crystal tiara to emerge. The Calamity of Crimson. It's yours now, Lumion said. Thank you for your help, Raynette's forehead spoke. Once the two ladies secured the characteristic and left, Lumion, holding the Calamity of Crimson, returned to where Derek was and said, "Trade me the gift of the land now." As he spoke, Cheek's eyes transformed and a figure emerged. It was Zadis. Play it. I'm too tired to argue. Kame, fine. Just know if you get my channel taken down, I'm never streaming again. I'm never making another channel. It's over. Zadis emerged from the eye of Cheek's face and stood behind Lumion. After Lumion advanced to the Red Priest, Zadis, along with the steel golems and the undead soldiers formerly belonging to 001, was re-enlisted into the newly formed Legion of the Red Priest. They were now stationed in the special mirror world that was Lumion's divine kingdom. Seeing the Calamity of Crimson, Derek didn't hesitate and said, "Okay." "I thought you might have some reluctance," Lumion said. "When you first made the request, I was, but after returning, I felt it was the right decision. When the apocalypse arrives, Mr. Fool will be unable to continue protecting the city. The gift of the land is the remains of Amibella, the Great Mother's child, likely sparking an anomaly, causing consequences, and breaking apart the protected zone. Moreover, the chief has digested the Silver Knight potion, but has yet to advance to an angel as glory. That's because the proof of glory has to be used to seal the gift of the land. If it were to turn into a characteristic, anyone can use it to advance. Would have to remain underground for a long time, leaving only short intervals of crisis. Replacing the gift of the land with the Calamity of Crimson should free the proof of glory from its restraints." Lumion produced a mirror and inserted the Calamity of Crimson into it, then ran his hands over it and gave it to Derek. "Place it in an underground location that moonlight can never touch. No males may be within 10 meters. When it needs to be used, a woman must retrieve it. I've sealed the area behind the mirror and fixed an entrance to the mirror world on its surface. Even ordinary people can extend their hand to retrieve it." Derek took the mirror and saw in its reflection the terrifying scene of a volcanic eruption. Ignore any disasters reflected in the mirror. If the mirror itself cracks, pray to me or Mr. Fool so we can replace the seal. As for its usage, there are 3 taboos. No male shall wield it. The wielder must have godhood, and it must not be used for more than 3 minutes, or if exposed to moonlight, no more than 30 seconds. If the wielder experiences pleasure or charm cast by it, a new person must take over. Otherwise, the wielder will grow increasingly obsessed with it and try to set it free. I understand. But I'm male. Is it safe for me to carry it? For now, yes. It's still in a conquered state and won't acknowledge anyone else. After placing the mirror underground, don't touch it again. Understood. I'll head to the towers now to lift the proof of glory suppression. You can retrieve the gift of the land yourself. Lumion remained in place, admiring the murals on the walls of this Church of the Fool. The face of Alista Tudor furrowed, seemingly displaced with the religious undertones, unless, of course, the subject of the murals was himself. After some time, Cheek's face on Lumen's shoulder turned, revealing a stunning smile. In the next moment, a massive, withered stone ash tree trunk appeared before Lumion. It had been charmed by Cheek's face. 2 crimson flowers on the trunk served as its eyes. Lumen smiled and said, "Would you like to reside in my divine kingdom?" The gift of the land moved without resistance. Zadis came forward, embracing the trunk and dragging it back to Lumen's kingdom. The destroyed, then reformed mirror world. Zadis handled it roughly, yet the artifact offered no resistance. The siblings reunite, Lumen chuckled. In the world of the ruins, enormous oak trees stood blanketed in white by raging blizzards, frozen lifeless. In contrast, another oak grove burned, fearless. Another oak burned fiercely, consumed by invisible colorless flames accompanying the destruction, were bird-clawed infants, various animals, and strange familiars, all reduced to ash. Even the ground itself melted away. At the boundary where blizzard met flames, the clash of cold and heat created a skyward, whirling hurricane. In the hurricane's eye, a 3-headed, 6-armed Lumion wandered. Mindlessly. At the edge of this fog-shrouded region, Franca sat atop a nearly 100-meter-tall stone-grey pillar. Having become a demoness of catastrophe, she could witness Lumion's madness firsthand. The 29th time she had to observe it. It had still left her feeling stifled. My potion is digested, Franca mused, forcing herself to think of other things. Even though I didn't do anything, as all these catastrophes were caused by Lumion. Is it because I brought him here? As a demoness of catastrophe, I am the bringer of calamity. Doesn't matter whether I do it or someone else does. A demoness of catastrophe likely serves catastrophe. Since Lumion is the source of catastrophes, does serving him equate to that? No wonder it's digesting so quickly. At this rate, I should digest it in a year or 2. Not too bad. Too bad we don't have that kind of time. The 1-month timeline's nearly over. Her thoughts wandered until the blizzard ceased and the colorless, formless flames extinguished. Lumion returned to his normal human size and said, "Let's go back." Franca smiled and leapt gracefully from the pillar and landing as light as a feather. At that moment, Lumion's middle head turned, gazing towards an oak grove untouched by the scene. Franca sensed the crimson moonlight deepening and brightening. From the depths of the grove emerged a woman, dressed in a finely tailored corset dress, with matching shoulder drapes. She wore sheer gloves that hinted at the skin beneath and a playful hat. Around her neck hung a diamond necklace set in gold, her eyebrows perfect, her scarlet eyes shining like miniature crimson moon. Franca had never seen a woman so beautiful. Not even Cheek could compare. What? She's more... I'm assuming this is Ami Bella? Or the great, or Mother Goddess of Depravity. Either one of those two. Someone is more beautiful than Cheek? This beauty was pure, sublime, and awe-inspiring. We can want to admire, but not dare approach or desecrate. Cheek's beauty radiated femininity and allure, stronger in seduction but less divine. "Madame Polly, why are you here?" Lumion spoke. "Madame Polly?" Franca snapped out of her daze and lowered her gaze. "I've come to see you both and bid farewell," Madame Polly smiled. "I thought our last meeting would be the final one, but it seems the mother still needs more time." "Farewell?" "Yes, I am returning to the embrace of the mother." "You did all this just for just for such an ending? In the context of the Great Mother, returning to her embrace was synonymous with death. It is what I desire. The Mother's embrace is where I came from, and where we are all destined to return. Life is a journey I have seen and experienced. It is time to return. Are you currently a beauty goddess of the moon pathway, LEMMiNO asked? Yes. It is a gift from the Great Mother lent to me temporarily. The greatest regret of my journey is missing you both in Cordu. Goodbye, we shall meet again, because all life will eventually return to the Mother. A sequence 1 of the moon pathway is more beautiful than Cheek. So beauty is actually under the moon pathway, and it's like sex appeal that falls under demoness, or like seduction, or like exactly. Okay, I feel like that's the first time I've said something this entire book and someone said exactly that, and not actually, well, actually you're wrong, but like you're kind of close. I feel like that's the first time anyone has ever said exactly to me this whole fucking book. Everything has always been, well, almost, but you're kind of actually fucking retarded, so you didn't actually read. How about you go back and read the fucking sentence, okay? I don't know why we watch you, but like you can't even fucking comprehend basic words. I feel like that's been this whole fucking, my entire experience of this 1200 chapter book has been almost verbatim that. Before her words, Uth, you were never here to say that, okay? Literally the idiot sandwich, yeah. Before her words settled, Cheek's face on Lumin's shoulder turned, her expression sweet and smiling. Charm. A charm from a true demoness goddess. But Lumin was a moment too slow, and Polly dissolved into moonlight, merging with the omnipresent moonlight. What happened? Frank asked. Sequence 1, choosing to return to the Mother's embrace. What does this mean? It means the Mother is about to fully merge with the broodhive and requires a Sequence 1 characteristic to support her. As she finished speaking, the previously disastered regions began to sprout a frenzy of vegetation, and the scorched ground gave way to growing flora, stretching sky high. On the western horizon, the moon, red and ominous, began to rise, laboriously revealing its edges. Four hour stream. And I'm done. Alright. Bye guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. 2 more days. We're almost done. I'm so tired. I don't even have it in me for a proper goodbye. I'm sorry, boys. Good stream. Good chapters. Yeah, that's a lot. Bye guys.